Good morning and welcome to a very, very special episode of The Angry Astronaut. Super excited to say the least about what's going to be coming up soon here in Boca Chica. And I'll tell you, I feel very fortunate indeed that things have worked out the way that they have. Some of my equipment is in the way, and I'm trying to clear that out just a bit. Hope everybody's doing well. Try to set this up someplace else for the moment. Got my own camera that I'm trying to catch this on along with everything else. So appreciate everybody joining me today. Let's have a look here and see who we've got joining us. Hello to everybody. And once again, typical kind of, semi-chaotic start to things as we try to make everything work out properly. Unhinged Space, so good to see you. And thank you so much for the $5 Australian. And thanks very much for waking up at this insane hour to pay us a visit. Really do appreciate that. Just one moment. I think I can put this microphone in a slightly better place here. And in any event, where's everybody checking in from real quick? Where is everybody checking in from? That, of course, is our first question of the day. UK, of course, thank you very much. Britain for checking in, as you always do. Indianapolis, Germany, hello, Germany. Titusville, my uncle's stomping grounds for most of his life. Seattle, Arlington, Texas, Italy, hello, Italy. Australia, Dallas, Norway. Oh, boy, all over the place. Missouri, God, we have a lot of people who have checked in. At Cambridge, good Lord, there's a lot of people. Tallahassee, Georgia, God, I can't even begin to keep up with all of it. Montreal, hello. Louisiana, New Haven, Chesterfield, the Netherlands, Charleston, hello, Charleston, New York City, I love New York, Odessa, Texas, hello, Northeast Pennsylvania, the Bronx, also love the Bronx, Netherlands, STARBASE, hello, STARBASE, thank you very much for checking in. Garden, go ahead, producer.
It looks like there's some mist off or venting at the bottom of the rocket, bottom of the booster.
I need to jack up the volume a bit. Sorry, can't hear you that clearly. Go one more time, producer.
Looks like there might be some activity at the bottom of the booster.
Okay, so we have some activity going on right now at the bottom of the booster. Bill Anderson, thank you so much for your support. Wow, fantastic. Thank you, Pat. 20 Angry Astronaut memberships. You get a membership. You get a membership. You get a membership. You get a membership. I'm down back to my Oprah impersonation right now. Man, that's fantastic. 20 memberships gifted. Thank you so much. 20 new members. And by the way, there is a link to Discord for the Discord membership server, so everybody can be a part of it. So in any event, let's see, and voice is echoing a bit, so I understand. So if we do have problems with that, in my opinion, the reason we have some echoing right now is because I have producer's voice a bit too close to the microphone, which I've gone ahead and adjusted that. So in any event, it's always kind of crazy trying to get all this taken care of. Really do appreciate those 20 subscriptions that were given out today. You guys are fantastic. And as you can see, activity going on at the pad. We are preparing for a momentous event, an event that is going to change the future of human space flight decidedly. Anton Nim, thank you so much for your support. Ooh, dear God Almighty. You sure you don't want to go around the other way? Okay. We're having some difficulty trying to move our stuff around here. I'm not alone up here, by the way. Mars Embassy is here with me. And by the way, none of this would be coming to you. Absolutely none of it without Mars Embassy. Both the space here and also the camera work, everything else, all of that, aside from the camera that's pointed at me. And of course, that's the one that's the most problematic, is because I'm handling it. But Mars Embassy, once again, providing us with a tremendous amount of assistance. So please head over and subscribe to his channel, because he does some really good time-lapse photography every single day. Every single day that things happen here at Boca Chica, you get some really high quality time-lapse photography as to everything that's going on. From my vantage point, I can see the booster almost as well as you guys can. What you see in front of you is perhaps triple the size of what I can see it from my perspective. So that gives you an indication of just how close I am. This is a huge moment indeed in the future of human spaceflight. Obviously, this is a rocket that is substantially more powerful than Saturn V, substantially more powerful than SLS. We're talking double the thrust of both. The only thing that came anywhere close to it is N1. And of course, N1, even N1 with its 30 engines, was not nearly as much as what Starship has. And once this thing fires up, and Henry, thank you so much for your support. Really do appreciate that. Once this thing fires up, it's going to change everything, obviously. By far, the most powerful rocket in human history will fire up today, if everything is going to happen as planned. Once again, we can't say that for certain. We really can't say exactly what's going to happen. We could have a scrub. Could be some sort of malfunction. This is, of course, an extremely powerful, complicated propulsion system. They haven't even tried to fire up even half of the engines on this thing thus far. And of course, that's, problematic. We're jumping from 14 to 33. That's also going to be a big jump, by the way, in terms of the noise. We talked to some locals here last night. We talked about what happened when there was a smaller scale static fire, 14 engines or so, and they said that was crazy loud. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with this, and I cannot be more excited. This is a huge moment indeed. Really do appreciate it. Hello, back to you, South Africa. Boy, we have a lot of people joining us today. It's kind of nuts how many people we have signed on at the moment. Pretty insane, and really do appreciate that. Well, more power to the rocket is what's necessary to propel this enormous amount of payload into low Earth orbit, and also a ship capable of carrying that payload, because keep in mind, this thing's made out of stainless steel. It is indeed quite heavy, and so to transport 100 tons worth of stainless steel plus 150 tons actually is what they're talking about now of payload, that makes a huge difference indeed. So yeah, very exciting. Just can't wait to see what's about to happen. Like I say, it's the launch obviously is a bigger event, but we don't know how this is going to go today. If it goes phenomenally well, then yeah, we're going to have a launch next month. But if it doesn't, if we have any sorts of problems whatsoever, it could be a while before we see anything like this again. Ian, thank you so much for the $10. Really do appreciate it. Yes, I mean, I've seen a static fire with only 3 engines before, and that was impressive in itself. So 33 engines, 11 times as many engines. I can't even begin to imagine what this is going to look like and what this experience is going to resemble. It is. Okay. All right, we were having apparently bleed through because we are pulling feed from more than one channel right now, so that may have had an impact. It looks like a bee has decided to make a home on my microphone. I always love it when those sorts of things happen. Allergic as all hell to these things, so I'm just going to stay nice and still. Okay. So in any event, but yeah, things going very well up here thus far. I have no food for you. I have no idea why you're interested in me. So anyway, yeah, exciting stuff going on and waiting for this all important moment, and a moment that really has been a long time coming, obviously. Something that we have desperately been, waiting on, since 2020, really. There's a lot of people hopeful that an orbital launch could have happened in 2020. I actually offered to eat a Boeing hat if that happened in 2020. Obviously, it didn't even come close to happening. 2021, 2022, same scenarios. So, yeah, I mean, we have Starship, and lunar Starship especially is incredibly important to the future of human spaceflight, which means we need to get this thing off the ground, we need to get it into orbit, and then we need to move on to the refueling portion and reusability. All of this needs to move forward rapidly if we are indeed going to try to land human beings on the moon in 2025 or 2026. Let's see here. Permanent presence. Yeah, I mean, this is living in an 125 square foot apartment. Sorry, checking out some of the chats that have been coming through. Very amusing. Once again, guys, please like, please subscribe. I'm only about 50 subscribers away from 95,000, which will put me halfway down the home stretch, which I got on. I believe it was back in November, December that I hit 90,000. So we're getting super close indeed to heading down that 100,000 subscriber list, which is going to change everything, obviously. So yeah, exciting indeed. I just can't wait to see what's happening. Do we have any updates? Anything that appears to be happening at the pad? So no fueling in process at the moment. Normal cooling and venting, cooling on the lines and venting, that sort of thing. But no fueling in process as of yet. Obviously, we're going to need fueling and we're going to need engine chill. There's a lot of things that need to happen before a static fire actually takes place. But it is, we are on our way. It's clear that the news that we got yesterday was not an exaggeration, was not, hearsay from Gwen Shotwell. It was indeed accurate, and what we're getting today is a super exciting moment. Yes, I noticed that one of them are off. Producer, go ahead. There's the feed that's dropped, Mars Embassy. Pardon? Try to refresh it. Should be going now. Waiting to get the visuals back for you guys. Give us a moment here. Technical stuff as always. Refreshing did not work. What we got going on? May need to send you a new OBS link. Okay. We're working on bringing you back the primary view. We apparently have one perspective still available to you. Thank you so much, Brevard County, for the super chat. Really do appreciate that. Like I say, we're going to get those visuals back for you ASAP. So thank you once again very much for your support and for tuning in today. So in any event, waiting on a new visual to come in. So again, from my perspective out here, as I say, we don't have any active fueling going on at the moment, at least not yet. But nevertheless, we are not far away really from the timing, at least from the targeted time that they were talking about getting going on the static fire. We are approximately an hour and 45 minutes or so away from the targeted time for the static fire. Once again, there's nothing absolutely solid about that. All we can do is provide an estimate. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a feedback at the moment, at least on one of the cameras. Not sure exactly what's happening here, but in any event, nothing of any great interest happening at the pad at this particular second anyway. So we're not going to have to worry about any of that as far as that's concerned. We will we will get there. We will get there bit by bit. So in any event, as far as noise is concerned, certainly hoping that it's not too bad. Again, just waiting on getting some video feedback. In the meantime, happy to take your questions. Happy to take any questions from anybody about the future of Starship, about what this means to human spaceflight and indeed spaceflight in general. Some very, very good, obviously very good things happening here. This is arguably the most important thing that is going to happen this year. The static fire, if it goes well, there's an extremely good chance that everything else is going to go well. Thank you so much, Troy, for your support. 33 Raptors, this Rocket Lab. They'd be calling this mission the Kazinti lesson. Very good point. Very good point. Boy, this is beyond exciting stuff. Here we go. Looks like we're getting a feedback. That's good. Super excited about that. Really do appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mars Embassy. Once again, guys, please subscribe to Mars Embassy and please pay regular visits to the channel to get those daily time-lapse photography videos that he does. I use them myself on a lot of my videos, and I'll tell you, they are cool. Very good stuff indeed. Very cool stuff. Larry Niven and the Kazinti. Yes, that's for all of us who love old classic science fiction. The Kazinti. That's a cool thing indeed from the mind of Larry Niven. Let's see, Vancouver. Hello, Vancouver. Once again, really do appreciate everybody who has checked in again today. Really appreciate all the huge amount of support that's already come in today. Just a very exciting moment indeed. And once again, from my perspective, things are looking very exciting, very exciting. Obviously, it's a great deal of activity out at the pad. No current fueling at the moment, but that could change. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate that, Caddy Wampus. Thanks so much for your support once again to provide you guys with an update as to what's happening at this very moment. We have some venting, we have some activity on the pad, but we don't have any sign of any fueling going on, nor do we have any evidence of any engine shell, obviously, or anything that would indicate that a static fire is imminent. Just the preliminary work that's going on right now. The vertical H2O tanks to be used as a barrier, I don't know. And once again, most of those tanks are not water tanks. I've heard that at least one or two of them are for the sound suppression system. Once again, a lot of this stuff, speculation. SpaceX are not the people who are telling us about this. We're just guessing to the best of our ability based on when the tanks are brought in, when they're constructed, what sort of trucks visit the facility, that sort of thing. Again, we can't say that for certain. What ship booster combination do I think will be first to launch? Well, that's a hard one. I would say, in my opinion, B9 S27. I think that they built that expendable Starship for a reason. In my opinion, B26 will be used more for a crusher, improved structural integrity. But once again, it could be B7S24. We certainly don't have any conclusive evidence that S24 is not going to be used in the near future. Another possibility, of course, is B9 S25. My guess, though, is that the first attempt is not going to be with a reusable Starship. Why bother? I think instead they're going to try to launch an expendable Starship. Once again, in my opinion, B9 S27. But of course, they're going to have to move towards reusability as rapidly as possible. Once again, this doesn't mean that S25 or S24 is not going to be used at all. It's possible that we could have the ship that is most likely to succeed on the first try launched first, and then to go back and use some of the other vehicles next. Once again, that first launch is incredibly important, insanely important. So as a result, they want to go with the most modern ship, the most reliable ship, the most solid ship, and that may not be B7 and S24. In my opinion, I definitely don't think it's B7. But again, if B7 holds up really well in this static fire, maybe they will use it. Hard to say for certain. Once again, really appreciate everybody joining me today. Please like, please subscribe, and thank you so much for your generous support both here and also Patreon and PayPal. Also, just to let you know, I have an ambition, and this is up to you guys. I have an ambition of going to Houston and visiting the Johnson Space Center over the weekend. And if that is something you guys would like to see, I would certainly like to do it. Would need a lot of support to make that happen, just like gas, one night hotel out there, and that sort of thing. Maybe 200 to 300, something along those lines, would probably cover everything to make all that happen. It's about a 6-hour drive one way. But if you guys are interested in seeing the latest that's happening in Houston, I would be happy to bring you that content while I'm here in Texas. But that is, of course, up to you. And so you guys have done a lot to support this trip already. And I'm very, very grateful for everything you've done up to this point as it is. So that, again, is up to you. But super exciting indeed. Condensing CH4. Do we have, so look like we have methane at this moment? Okay. So no methane currently in activity right now. Fu Man, thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. During the first Artemis Scrub live stream. Oh, thanks very much. Really do appreciate that. And it's nice meeting you as well. I met a lot of fantastic people out at the Cape during that sad scrub event. But I'm very glad that it happened indeed. So thanks again so much for your generous support. You guys are absolutely fantastic. So once again, waiting for more activity at the pad, more evidence. Looks like we starting to have some wind becoming a bit of an issue. I might take the mic off of here and see if I can shield it a little bit. I have another mic that is more suited to use in the wind, but unfortunately, it's not very good for live streaming the way we're doing it now. If all I want to do is hook it into my phone, then it's okay. Pipes on the methane tanks being chilled, apparently, no propellant load is what the information that we're getting at. Once again, hard to say exactly what is happening. And we have some very sharp-eyed people who keep a close eye on everything that's going on. And we'll definitely keep you updated as to what's happening and just how soon it's going to be. Philip, thank you so much. My God, what a huge, what an enormously generous amount of support there. Deeply appreciated. Thank you. The temperature where I'm standing, maybe high 60s, low 70s. I'd say high 60s, something like that. Again, Fahrenheit, very, very comfortable. Very comfortable. Certainly have nothing to complain about. It's a perfect day to watch something like this. No fog, no visual interferences whatsoever. Super comfortable up here. So yeah, things looking very good indeed. Angry Blue Yeti. Yes, that's true. I'm holding my Yeti and wearing a blue sports coat. I like that. That's I like that a lot, actually. Really do. Again, appreciate everybody tuning in. So yeah, just doing the best I can to try to keep this thing, um, try to minimize the amount of wind sound that you guys have in the background, that sort of thing. There are other alternatives that we have at our disposal should there be another problem. David, thank you so much for your generous support. Really do appreciate it. Thanks very much. Keith, David said, and Aaron say hello. I'm glad that the two of us are together on the top floor. Yeah. So, hello. So yeah, we got Keith Wisner from Mars Embassy here with us today. Like I said, I have a hard time putting thoughts together sometimes. And once again, he's providing everything for us today in terms of cameras, in terms of the vast majority of everything here. The only thing that's messed up is pretty much the stuff that I do. Other than that, everything is being generously provided by Mars Embassy. Please visit his channel, please subscribe, and please check out his time lapse videos. Um, so yeah, we'll see what ends up happening. There is a strong possibility that we could have some sort of problem, technical issue, a scrub. Who knows? Or they might just go for a spin prime without actually going for a static fire. There are many possibilities here. John, thank you so much for joining the Angry Advocates once again. Please check the messages that come in on there because you'll get an invite to Discord so you can join our Discord community with lots of exclusive content and also an opportunity to talk to both myself, but more importantly, to people who are active in the industry. So thanks very much. By the way, you just got a link there from our producer for the Mars Embassy YouTube channel. Once again, please subscribe and watch because, like I say, the amount of this would be so much harder for me to do if I was trying to do it by myself with my own equipment, without a nice, comfortable place with a place to sit down and restrooms close by, nice and covered from the sun. I mean, it would just be so much more. And believe me, I've done coverage exposed to the elements in the past, and it is just so much more difficult. So once again, it's all because of Keith, Mars Embassy. Thank you so much. Nearly 400 people watching this stream. Thanks so much for tuning in. Really do appreciate it. Once again, happy to answer any questions in regards to what's about to happen. No propellant load as of at the moment, although this may be happening at some point. Um, there could be there could be an issue with a spare mic if the feed's coming in off of Mars Embassy or something, but I don't think so. To answer the question, yes, it is 33 engines. If this static fire goes off as planned, it will be the most powerful propulsion system ever fired up in human history. Even N1 was not this powerful. Up to this point, N1 still holds the record for being the most powerful rocket to ever fly. SLS did not take that title away from it. It did take the title away in terms of the most powerful rocket to ever make it to space, but N1 is still the most powerful rocket to ever successfully get off the ground. So in any event, this one blew up. Yeah, well, they flew it 4 times. So yeah. Yes, it actually made it to a pretty high. A couple of them made it to a pretty high altitude actually before they blew up. But yes, some of them did successfully fly. Full dress, static fire. Yeah, this is supposed to be obviously this is a huge event happening today. If it indeed goes as planned, once again, the most powerful propulsion system ever fired up on a rocket in human history, by far, by far. It's not just a small margin here. It is a colossal difference. Prediction for today's events, I'd give it a 50-50 chance of the static fire going off successfully, if without a scrub. I would give a 5 to 10% chance of an RUD on the pad. This is an untested propulsion system, at least in terms of having all the engines fired up at the same time. And one had its share of issues because it had so many engines. It's not like Raptor 2s never fail. We've had some Raptor 2s blow up, melt down, etc., during the testing process. So, anything could happen. We really don't know. But in any event, oh, hello, we got somebody from Russia checking in, do we? Well, thank you very much for tuning in with us. We appreciate it. Um, so, yeah, people from all over the world, always thrilled to have people checking in with me today. Thank you so much, Radio. Thank you, $1.99. Yeah, well, maybe it is. Once again, we don't know. Until, like I say, I'm a big believer in show me. I'm definitely a show me type of person. So, they need to show me that this propulsion system works today, obviously, before I'm going to believe that this is a viable rocket. But I have a high degree of confidence that they are going to show me a successful test today, simply because SpaceX has such a huge amount of success in the past and such a high ratio of success to failures. They should sure have had their share of spectacular failures in the past, and that is something that could happen today. Once again, we can't say that for certain. The last static fire is successful before launch. Yes, if it goes well, if it goes very well, then the next step will be a launch. So yeah, we are, at least in theory, very, very close. Assuming things go well today, and all of us, of course, are hoping that things go well today. Um, in terms of the amount of time, at least 90 minutes to 2 hours before the static fire goes. Still don't have any evidence of a propellant load at the moment. Of course, that could change at any minute. But in any event, exciting stuff indeed. So, no, they have not fueled the booster yet. The booster is not in the process of being fueled at the moment. Instead, we simply have chill on the lines, on the fuel lines, and some venting going on. And by the way, a lot of this stuff needs to be, of course, pre-chilled before anything is put into it. You have, super cooled liquids passing through your propulsion system. It's going to, suffer a lot of damage if you suddenly expose it to that crazy amount of, to a large amount of supercooled liquids. So as a result, you need to chill this stuff in advance. By the way, I am at the Holiday Inn at the Sea Forever bar at the Holiday Inn in South Padre Island. These guys are always extremely accommodating, really super nice people. And if you're going to come to South Padre and you're going to check out a launch, you're going to pay a visit to Starbase, this is a great place to come and visit. This is definitely, once again, the Holiday Inn, South Padre Island. This resort here at the far southern tip of the island is a good bet indeed. If you want to pay a visit, bear with me for a moment, just checking in on some technical details. Be right back. Everything looking good, producer.
Yeah, things looking good from my end.
Excellent. Just thought I'd check in real quick and make sure. Appreciate your help. Once again, my producer, ASN, or another space nut in Yorkshire, taking care of this feed for us today, and the camera work being provided by Mars Embassy here in South Padre. Yeah, once again, I'm very much, regardless of what bets I may have made or something like that, I am very, very much in the in the camp of hoping to hell that everything goes well with it. Um, Very exciting stuff. Obviously, there are so many incredibly important things. So many important things happening here. There's huge implications, huge ramifications for the successful for the success rather or failure of this rocket. We're not just talking about SpaceX's future here, or the future of Starlink, which is very dependent on Starship. Without Starship, then the version 2 Starlink satellites, which are necessary to the proper functioning of the network and necessary in order for the network to be profitable, all of that needs to be in place as well. So without Starship, of course, that impacts SpaceX and Starlink, but more importantly, the impact that it has on Artemis is utterly colossal. Artemis does not have a viable backup plan yet for another human launch system. There is no second HLS system yet. It's been funded now, and after the fact, after Congress refused to fund it the first time properly, and so all of the other competing agencies, rather, including Dynetics and such, are operating, coming from behind, actually. And of course, a lot of the problem was also created by Blue Origin with 6 months worth of delay while they were suing everybody. Of course, I remain pissed off about that to this very day. So yeah, lots and lots of things riding on this. But of course, with Artemis, without lunar starship, nobody's landing on the moon. There is no Artemis 3, at least not as it's currently planned. There is no Artemis 3 coming. And so that's not good at all. And obviously, we need to have this thing succeed sooner rather than later. So all we can do at this point is hope that everything goes well. Seems we have some construction going on right now, or some heavy equipment rolling by. Here they go. Some huge thing rolling by at the moment out in the parking lot. But there's no. That's not surprising. We're always going to have stuff going on in a busy area like this. Not sure exactly what that's. It might be mowers or something like that, industrial mowers making all that noise. Yeah, so it won't take too long from what Keith tells me. Keith lives here, by the way, just to let you know. Yeah, that's a big industrial mower running by. It's deafening. Makes you wonder whether or not the static fire is going to be louder than that or not. That's getting us used to it, I suppose. Can't believe they're doing this without a flame trench, given the concrete. Yeah, you know something. I agree, Mr. Charles. Now, once again, that's another thing we're going to learn in this static fire. We're going to learn what kind of impact is firing up all these rockets going to have on the pad, on the tower, on the concrete underneath it, on the surrounding area. Without a flame trench, is this viable? It's difficult to say for certain. It's kind of an open question. So all we can do is hope that things go off well without a flame trench. If a flame trench is necessary, it will be expensive and time consuming to build, and it may be simpler just to take everything out to Cape Canaveral. Very difficult indeed. So we shall see. We shall see. All right, let's see. So once again, in terms of when it's firing, maybe 90 minutes or so from now. Can't say that for certain, but bear with me for just a moment here. Check a couple of things real quick. Bear with me. Boy, these mowers are loud. Insanely loud. All right. I am going to, I've been online for approximately 40 minutes or so. I'm going to take about 10 minutes away from the camera, get something to drink, etc., and rejoin you. You will still have the ongoing feed from Mars Embassy from the pad, so you feel free to stay tuned in and check out what's going on as we ramp up to the static fire. I'll be back in about 10 minutes, and thanks very much for joining us, and stay tuned. So once again, deeply appreciated. Once again, to give you a preview as to what I'm intending to do possibly, and that is to go to Houston and check out what's going on at the Johnson Space Center to see if anything new is happening there. I do believe that there's a lot of new things that happened in the amount of time that it has passed since I've been there. But nevertheless, if that is something you guys want to see happen, if you want me to go to Houston, the amount of support I need would be pretty minimal. Again, it's on PayPal, Patreon, if you want to go that route. If you want me to stay here, I certainly understand that too. I'm leaving that up to you guys as to whether or not you'd like me to go to Houston. About a 6-hour drive one way to go there. And of course, the expense of staying there, that sort of thing, visiting the Space Center. Not a very big outlay. But nevertheless, if it's something you'd like to see happen, by all means, please do so. But that's entirely up to you. Again, how many engines? 33. All 33 engines. This is the whole propulsion system. Okay, we have audio clipping apparently. Let me check with producer. Producer, do we have clipping audio? Okay. Once again, just so from what you're seeing on your side, it's okay. And once again, if you're tuning into a Discord feed or something like that, Discord would definitely be clipping because that's going over my cell phone. However, if you're doing it over YouTube, then it's sure. We're doing a check. Okay, so we have a little bit of background, but apparently the audio is improved anyway. So I think we're okay at the moment. Once again, thanks very much for everybody's feedback on this stuff and helping us make sure that everything is up to snuff. What do we have in terms of progress out at the pad? So again, we have a clear pad at the moment, but apparently no propellant load at the moment. Unfortunately, we do have a clear pad, and again, venting as they blast out the lines with nitrous oxide. So, these are the sorts of things, of course, that we would expect to be done in preparation for a static fire. So, in any event, we'll see what ends up happening there. And yeah, it could be that that's what happens when the mic is too far away because it's exposed to the wind if I set it down. So that could be it. Kind of kind of hard to say. And once again, my microphone situations vary with every broadcast in terms of what's the best way to do things. I got an improved mic situation to be able to do solo live streaming. For those of you who've been tuning into my evening broadcasts, you'll have noticed that the volume has been very good for those last couple of nights because I got a mic specifically for those kinds of events. In other words, a mic hooked directly into my mobile. But as far as everything else is this, still kind of going old school. So I got to do some improvements on that side as well. Once again, I'm doing more live coverage than I used to. I never really used to do much live coverage on my channel. So that's an important change as far as that's concerned. Once again, just to give you guys an impression of what we're looking at today, you're talking 3,400 tons worth of super chilled flammable liquid between the methane and the oxidizer in this booster. It's colossal amount of stuff in this rocket. And then, of course, in terms of its thrust capabilities, 17 million pounds worth of thrust, about double of what SLS and Saturn V is capable of. So just a huge orders of magnitude more powerful than anything that's ever been fired at before. Once again, if this static fire goes properly, if everything goes well, then it will be by far the most powerful propulsion system ever tested. Um, huge moment indeed for the future of human spaceflight. And again, incredibly important. So much at stake here, not just for SpaceX, but for Artemis. We will not be able to proceed with Artemis in anything resembling a timely fashion if Lunar Starship does not become operational within the next 3 years or so. If that doesn't happen, the soonest that we could have an alternative from either Blue Origin or Dynetics would be 2027, maybe 2028, pushing out our planned landings on the moon considerably. So obviously, this is something that we don't want to have happen. So, and by the way, just getting visited by bees right now. Bee that's stealing my damn coffee, little bugger. But that's what they like to do. They love bugging me. They're just completely merciless little buggers. And of course, I'm allergic as hell to them, which makes it even more fun. But in any event, I'm sure they're not going to bother me. Hey, they found a new cup of coffee. Yeah, that's a much better one for you. Why don't you enjoy that one? Okay. Let's see, what do we got here? Uh, the static fire, just a few seconds, at most 11 seconds. I'd like, of course, to see a longer static fire, but we don't know for certain. Um, and by the way, I do like these. They do a wonderful job for the environment. They certainly are absolutely necessary to the future of our planet. It's just that their venom doesn't like me. That's the only problem with them. But other than that, yeah, I'm very fond of these. No question. Um, I don't. I know. Haven't been stung in decades, so I guess I just don't keep it in mind. I've just been asked if I carry an EpiPen. I suppose I should. Okay. Yeah. Don't make bees. Don't make it angry. No. Bees intimidate me. Once one stings you, by the way, it gives off these chemicals, signaling to the rest of her friends that the rest of her sisters need to come and kick my butt. So once you get stung by one, you're likely to get attacked by a bunch more. So I do my best to avoid it. No, there's been no static fire happening yet. We're probably, since there's still no propellant load, at least 90 minutes away from a static fire. So it's probably not going to go off at the time that we anticipated, targeted roughly about noon, at least according to the information we'd received. But so we definitely have some time. Once again, where's everybody checking in from? Let's do this. Let's do a quick head count again and see where everybody is watching from. I know that this is something that's attracting people's attention from around the world. So I'd be thrilled to see where everybody else has been checking it out. And you're right, Ken. Generally, they are harmless. It's been a long time since I've been stung by one, so I'm sure it'll be fine. Like I said, in principle, I'm very fond of bees. I just have this strange natural reaction to them that just makes me recoil. Upstate New York, West Virginia, Waco, Texas, Virginia, Long Island, France, hello, Spain, Roswell, hello, Southern New Jersey, Australia, South Florida. Oh, look at how many people. Oklahoma, South Africa, once again, England, Central California, Arkansas, French, French Canuckistan. Hello, French Canuckistan. London, UK, West Palm Beach. So many people checking in here. Hawaii, Ottawa, Canada. Man, this is Suriname. Hello. Thank you so much for checking in. Guatemala. Hello. Thank you so much for checking in. People from all over the world. Israel. Hello. Thank you so much. United Kingdom, Rhode Island, some Space City in Ukraine. Hello, Marina. I hope you're doing well today. By the way, Marina, our friend in Ukraine, who continues to do her work as a translator in spite of the deadly threat to her life of living in a war zone. Everybody keep her in your thoughts. Titusville, San Antonio, Northern California, Michigan, New Jersey. Hello, New Jersey. Malta. Hello, Tennessee. Uh, all over the place. Port Isabel. Hello, close by. Thanks so much for checking in. South Padre. Again, close by. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, the weather is gorgeous today. No doubt about it. Um, so yeah, I have never been to Suriname. No. So I'd love to go someday. But no, there's so many places on this planet that I've never been. Niagara Falls, right? Israel, Malta. Boy, I'll tell you, that's an interesting place indeed. What a cool island. Sweden, hello, Sweden, Pennsylvania, Arkansas. Boy, folks all over the place. Really, really do appreciate it. Yes, I am feeling pleasant. This is exciting. I was actually not expecting there to be a static fire attempt today. I really didn't think it was going to happen this swiftly, in spite of the fact that I had been told that it could likely happen today. But as everybody knows, I'm a skeptic when it comes to these sorts of things. So yeah, very, very excited indeed. Hello, Russia. Здравствуйте, как поживаете? Appreciate you checking in today. Uh, so always wonderful to have folks from all over the world checking in today. Really do appreciate it. Again, the thing that draws us all together is space flight, and that's a fantastic thing indeed. So I guess Marina is trying to confirm if there is somebody from Russia checking in. And like I say, from my perspective, we can all be brought together by a common love of space flight, regardless of what's happening in the world. And I certainly hope that that is indeed the case with everybody who is on this live stream today. Is that we all want to see Starship succeed, and we all want to see the human race transcend the boundaries of this planet, expand out into the solar system, and expand out into the solar system, as a species and not as nations. It certainly is pie in the sky kind of stuff. But SpaceX is the outfit that expands out into the solar system. Then that's not going to be a national decision. That's going to be something done, from a group of people who may decide uh, to establish themselves, as an independent entity. It's hard to say. Oh, Switzerland, thank you so much. So yes, definitely 33 engines. That is indeed what is planned. Of course, SpaceX has surprised us before. We could have a smaller number of engines, but I really doubt it. I really think that we are going going for it with everything. So this is the day. This is the day. Um, so when orbit next month, if this goes well, next month. If it doesn't go well, it could be a while. So definitely we want this to go well today. Going to orbit is only the first step. We need to master a lot of other things with Starship. Just getting to orbit there's so many more things beyond that. Reusability is a key thing, a very important thing that needs to be mastered if we are going to go to the moon, if we are going to go to Mars. Those sorts of things need to happen. Also, in terms of refueling, low Earth orbit refueling, that needs to be mastered. Chilling has started, apparently. Can we check that and get confirmation? All right, so I chilling, but no propellant load as far as that's concerned. Seeing the Starship, the rocket car. Oh yeah, SN-15. To revisit SN-15 after I saw it fly, it was a remarkable thing indeed. Very exciting. Made me very happy to see that. The only Starship prototype to fly and successfully land and survive the landing. SN-10 did land, more or less. It did some serious damage to its landing and that sort of thing, and then eventually blew up. But still, it did land. That's true. It did land. But SN-15 being the first one to actually carry out a successful flight test and landing test. So what else we got going? Once again, happy to answer any questions, not only about Starship also, but other aspects of what's going on in the world of space flight, because there's a lot of things happening. A lot of new stuff occurring. I'll be releasing a video, by the way, that will be entitled "SpaceX and NASA's Master Plan." NASA has a checklist of various items that they intend to take care of in order to successfully get mankind to Mars. And then I'll be discussing how SpaceX fits into that overall plan. So, yeah, it's a big thing indeed. Oxygen subcooler is very active. Yes, we had observed that the liquid oxygen has been active up to this point. So now we're just waiting on we're waiting for propellant load, engine chill, that sort of thing, all the things prior to a launch. Robert, thank you so much for your generous support. Really, really do appreciate it. This is the sort of thing that keeps my channel running. And also, and regardless of how you choose to support the channel, whether it be through PayPal, whether it be through Patreon or this way, deeply appreciated and happy to give you a membership on my Discord server, and also hopefully looking to see if I can make a journey to Houston possible here in the next couple of days to visit Johnson Space Center and give you an update on what's going on. The first flight of Starship will have a dummy load. Guess what will the load be? I'd say that if they launch B9 S27, they're going to send up a bunch of Starlink satellites. I'd say they'll take a chance with that because there's a PEZ dispenser, as they call it, for Starlink deployment on S27. So I would say that there's a good chance that they'll actually risk some Starlink satellites on that if they decide to take up a payload at all. But of course, the other alternative would just simply to be a block of concrete. We've already done the send a car to space, so I don't think we really need to do that again. But waiting with eager anticipation, with bated breath right now, as we get closer and closer to that so important moment, this historic moment in the history of spaceflight. Again, if this happens today, this marks a complete watershed moment in spaceflight. A propulsion system this powerful has never been lit up before. Never, not even close. So, if this indeed goes as planned and if it's successful, it's going to be mind blown. Ian, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Really do appreciate it. How many on location Starbase? If their previous activities are to be any sort of indication, a couple hundred people, maybe, based on how the size of crowds that they've had in the past, but I'm not sure. Weasley said S24 will not be. The question is, why would SpaceX go through the trouble of removing lifting points? And I would say, right now they may have other plans for S24. I would say, the S24 may have some purpose in the future, but and once again, they may not even know what that purpose is. But I do say that given how exposed S24 is, I'm not feeling that it's going to be a ship that's going to go to orbit. Perhaps it might be used for a suborbital test. I would say that that would be a possibility. But it is hooked up to machinery that keeps a constant level of pressure on the ship. So that indicates that perhaps they have plans for it. But it's a weird place to put it if that is their big inaugural orbital ship. That just doesn't make any sense to me. That's just what it's. I mean, like I said, there isn't even a barbed wire fence around it. Um, the easiest thing in the world for somebody to. And once again, not nobody's really caused any problems. By the way, Daniel, thank you so much for your support. Nobody has really done any vandalism up to this point here. It's at Boca Chica. But we have some very active and angry environmental activists around here. And not only that, ones that would be happy to fly in and cause disruption to what's happening here. And it just seems to me that that putting your preeminent orbital star in such a vulnerable spot, it just seems like you're asking for trouble. I mean, you could get a group of people from Just Stop Oil, for example, who've caused all of mischief in the UK while I was over there, to all go running over and handcuff themselves to the ship. I mean, easy. There'd be nobody to stop them. They just go trotting over there and do it. And that just seems to be, I don't know. a little too risky. It seems like they're taking too many chances with such an important ship, if it is indeed that important, which once again makes me think that maybe it isn't that important. Joe, thank you so much. Really do appreciate the $5 support. Oh, Spock, definitely Spock. Spock's the man. Always has been. When I was a kid, um, always loved Spock. He's always been the guy for me. But and very sad, of course, that Mr. Nimoy died a few years ago after such an amazing career. It was always very, very pleasant to watch him. President SpaceX didn't continue to flight test the Starship while working on the booster, given that they had a license to do so. Yeah, that's a little odd too that they didn't fly any orbiters. Um, Again, a strange thing indeed. But hard, hard to say if somebody gets too close to the 33 engine static fire, not going to make much of a difference. Yeah, and once again, I'm not talking during a test or anything like that. I'm just talking about being disruptive to valuable equipment, expensive equipment. To me, it just seems to be a little bit risky, just taking too much of a chance with stuff that important, if indeed it is that important. That's why I feel that maybe it isn't that important. That it's not a vehicle that's going to orbit, or maybe not the first one that's going to orbit. Could serve a lot of other purposes for testing, just not necessarily going to orbit. Thank you, Lucas. Really do appreciate the $5 support. You know what? I haven't actually encountered much in the way of YouTubers down here. I encountered a fellow named Chief who works for What About It. He works for Felix at What About It. And then Jessica Kirsch has apparently been trying to look me up here. I intend to meet with her after the static fire, get together with her and get introduced, that sort of thing. Really, not a lot of other people that I've spoken to. I mean, I'm sure there are more of them around. I don't know. I guess maybe I haven't actively tried to seek them out, and they haven't actively tried to seek me out because everybody's been so busy, which is understandable. There's a lot going on. They get a few protesters to chain themselves to a rocket immediately before a static fire. Just turn off the cameras. Yeah, just turn off the cameras and see what happens. Like I said, we aren't as familiar in this country with the amount of disruption that these people can cause to ongoing operations. It can be a real pain in the ass. A very funny story that was told to me actually while I was over in the UK. It was BMW, I believe, or Audi, who had a display on their new electric cars and stuff to stop oil. A group like them decided that they weren't implementing electric cars fast enough or something. So they came in and glued themselves to their display and everything. And so the Germans who were running the display, they said, well, you know what? We respect your freedom of speech and your right to do what you want to do and glue yourselves to our display if you want. And so they let them stay there all day. And then they left and turned the lights off and left these people glued to this display overnight with an inability to extricate themselves from the situation. And then they started griping about how their human rights were violated. I'm just going to flat out say this: protesters are pussies these days. They just are. Come on, you got to expect some physical abuse when you're a protester. I know. I've done my share of protesting in my life. When there was a KKK demonstration, I went to a counter protest for a KKK demonstration. It got very agitated, and I expected the police to rush in and pound our heads in, and that is exactly what they did. So, that's what protesters should expect. Don't gripe about your human rights being violated over a situation that you got yourself into. This is what you need to expect if you're a protester. Things may not go your way. That's why you're taking that risk to do things that you believe in. So, in any event, it's kind of irritating, I must say, to see these people being so problematic. By the way, protesters who were at the Virgin Orbit launch in Cornwall, they asked for coffee, drinks, etc., tea, etc., for the place where they were supposed to protest, and they also wanted a big screen set up so they could watch the flight. They're protesting the flight. They don't want the flight happening, but they wanted a big screen and tea and coffee. Oh, yes, and Portaloos. They wanted those as well. Spaceport Cornwall gave them everything except the big screen. Once again, how serious are you guys really about your cause if you need all of that nonsense just to protest? Once again, having protested things myself, they're just wusses these days. Okay, enough griping about protesters. Let's talk about something else. Let's see. But I think there aren't many logistical or hardware limitations preventing an attempted Mars landing. Yeah, that's true. Once Starship gets flying, and once we um, master the low Earth orbit refueling, there's a lot of things that you could try. Thank you. Fear is boring. Appreciate that, Meyer, and savor your passion for discovery, thirst for understanding. That passion for space looks like it may be a bright day. Fortunately, got some style and shades. Thanks very much. Really do appreciate that. Um, super. Yeah. Once again, we're hoping that all of this is real today. We do have a successful static fire. Things are promising. The activity going on right now suggests that there will be one soon. Once again, still no propellant load. Is that correct, Keith? Still no propellant load thus far. Once again, does not seem to be going according to the schedule that we had heard was going to take place. But once again, nothing unusual about that. Run into that a million times in the time that I've been watching SpaceX events. Seldom do these things happen exactly we want them to. Bruce, thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. No, I didn't. That's weird. I've tried so many things in the UK, but I'm afraid I didn't try that. Definitely have to. And I'll tell you something. I really enjoyed so many things when I was in the United Kingdom. It's become very accustomed to their food, their beer, everything else. Very fond of it. Really good food you can get in the grocery stores for very cheap. So good stuff indeed. Got to learn nuclear fuel. Yes, I would say nuclear is very important. Oh, thank you so much, Elmar. Scotty's always my guy. Yeah, I always used to like Scotty a lot indeed. Scotty was the man. I met him several times actually at conventions. He was probably the most fan friendly original Star Trek cast member. James Doohan loved the fans very much, interacted with them a lot. Just a super great guy. Plus, he also knew all the technical jargon. He was one of those stars who actually went through all the effort to learn all the technical gobbledygook about the Enterprise and how it worked and all of the equipment, the warp engines, and what warp factor 9, warp factor 8 made, all that sort of thing. So he was a great guy, and very sad to see him gone. He was also a war hero that caught several bullets when he was going ashore with the Canadian forces at D-Day. Pretty much almost immediately after heading out of the landing craft, he was hit by a German machine gun that took one of his fingers off. And something you almost never see on camera. Udo, thank you so much for the 10 euros. Deeply, deeply appreciate that. Uh, really do it. But yes, and once again, I say cheap food in the UK simply because the dollar is so powerful. To a British person, that food is probably not that cheap. But when I went to the grocery stores, the quality of the food and what it cost me was to get the same quality food in America would have cost me double the price. Um, it was really, really pleasant just to shop in the UK. I really enjoyed it. Making my own meals at night and such. Very seldom did I have to use. Very seldom did I have to use to go to a restaurant rather or to a pub. Um, Looks like the OLM is starting to vent. You notice that, Keith? Yeah, it looks like we have some progress being made. Klingons attack you was no big deal. That's very true. After James Doohan got injured at Normandy, I'm sure dealing with his engines going bad or having to push warp 9 or fight Klingons was nothing compared to Normandy. James Doohan, class act, and one of the old-fashioned heroes of this planet. Can't call him an American hero. He's Canadian, and he served with the Canadian Army during the Second World War. But nevertheless, definitely a fellow cut from old school hero cloth. Really good fellow. Really enjoyed the amount of time that I spent with him. Neat stuff. Neat stuff. Oh yes, I'm looking forward to collaborating with Ellie in space as well. I've already enjoyed the podcasts that we've done together. Been very enjoyable indeed. So looking forward to doing more of those with Ellie as time goes on. Getting exciting right now, I'll tell you. We only have so much time before we're going to be looking at the 33 engine static fire. Exciting stuff. 90 minutes maybe, if we're lucky. Yeah. Hello, Michael. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the 10 euros. You're fantastic. Thank you so much for that. We've got a couple of people here, a couple of hotel guests, by the way, to give a quick shout out to the Holiday Inn the Holiday Inn at South Padre Island here at the Sea Forever Bar. These folks are fantastic, very accommodating, really nice people. It's been a pleasure, always has been really all the times that I have come up here or come down here rather. It's been great fun spending time with them. Thank you so much. Tesla, really do appreciate the 18 quid. Fantastic. Really do appreciate that. Thanks a lot. Again, this ongoing support, this is what keeps this channel running. This is what allows me to make these kinds of journeys. Thank you so much for your support. So we're checking the cameras right now. It looks like we have a link for the Holiday Inn here in South Padre Island, in case you're interested in that. Very nice hotel. This is a place actually where the Mars Embassy, by the way, please like and please subscribe to his channel and check out his videos. But he's been living here for the last couple of years. He's kind of their dedicated Uber driver here. So he's been a dedicated fellow documenting the future of spaceflight here. Trying to get into a comfortable position here as we continue our broadcast. Once again, happy to answer any other questions that you may have about Starship, about the future of Starship and the prospects of what it may bring to the future of spaceflight. Because all of this looks like we have a prop load imminent, according to one of our commentators here. We're doing our best to keep a close. Sorry, just bear with me for one moment. Yes, producer?
Apparently venting started on OLM.
Venting started on OLM. Okay, so yes, confirmed venting is going on OLM. Methane propellant load rather is imminent. So yes, we've got this coming up very soon. And then once we start with that process, then you move on engine chill, that sort of thing, and then you go for it. So looking for it's looking very promising right now. Thus far, nobody is. Thus far, there doesn't seem to be any indication of this slowing down anytime soon. Go with a partial load of fuel. Yes, that is indeed possible. I think that would be a safe way to proceed in case anything goes bad. Troy, thank you so much. Speaking of track, I feel like I was watching something from the Enterprise's opening sequence. It's been a long Oh my God, that song. Oh my God, that song. Yeah, I've one of these days I've thought about if I want to get pelted with debris. I was thinking about singing it at karaoke sometime and getting pelted with stuff, but that could happen It's a tough song to sing, to be honest. It's not even an easy song to sing, but and it also sucks, which doesn't make it any easier to sing. So yeah, that was one of the biggest turnoffs for me on that show. The moment that I saw the first episode, please, why? I mean, I heard there was a song for it, a theme song. I was like, why are you doing this? Why? Please don't. Unfortunately, they have. So the update is the propellant load seems to be imminent right now. It seems that the methane is going to be loaded very soon, and then with that, it's only a matter of time. So we are getting very close. Oh, there are plenty of things that were good about about Enterprise. There are plenty of good things about it. The Vulcan was especially good, but then again, I guess I'm a bit biased. I like Vulcans anyway, especially very pretty Vulcans. But yeah, it was definitely an interesting show. I also like all the Andorians played a big part in that. I always thought the Andorians were very cool in the original series. So I used to, and I enjoyed the part that the Andorians had to play in Enterprise. Anyway, talking about Star Trek, I guess there's no way for us geeks to avoid doing that. That is a huge thing indeed. So we're looking maybe 30 minutes to an hour, could be a little bit longer before we actually make something happen. But things are definitely moving forward. There's no indication that this is going to get called off, that this is going to get scrubbed. Everything is looking very promising at the moment. So once again, happy to answer any questions that you guys might have. You guys have been fantastic. Please subscribe to the Angry Astronaut. Please get friends, family members to subscribe not only to my channel, but also to Mars Embassy. And also please watch his time-lapse videos. They're only a few minutes or so, and they really show some awesome views of what's happening at the pad, what's happening at Starbase, and the beautiful weather that happens here, the spectacular atmospheric effects and such that dominate this region of the country. That's something you don't get on a lot of the other channels that show, of course, much more close-up views. It's really cool to see those to see the background, just the magnificent, enormous sky that exists behind the booster. It's a beautiful thing indeed to see. I don't believe that. Now, once again, we've had this brought up before. Once again, I think they haven't decided what to do with S24 yet, but I do believe that they may be at least kind of covering their bases. They may decide to use S24 in the future. I just don't believe that that's the ship that's going to orbit. I think it may have another purpose besides going to orbit. Now, but it's an interesting place for it in the Rocket Garden. But since I released that video, I did see that it was hooked up to equipment necessary in order to maintain the pressure on the vehicle, which indicates they intend to use it for something. I just don't think that that's our orbital ship. I really don't. But we will see. We will see what happens. Yeah, Tom Cruise movie aboard ISS. I think that will be an exciting thing indeed. Methane subcoolers. Yep, we're waiting on further developments. Anything we got going on, Keith, to report? Just lots of venting, and you guys can see that too from your perspective. A great amount of venting happening at the moment. But from what we can see, no methane propellant load yet, but probably happening within the next few minutes. And then after that, it's step by step towards the static fire. Of course, engine chill being probably the most, that's one of the strongest indicating factors. Boy, from my perspective, and you can see it too from yours, you can see the venting just spilling out across the entire facility, spreading all the way out towards S25 and the tank farm and such. It looks really neat, like a low hanging fog bank from my perspective here, from where I'm watching it at the moment. It's very, very bright over there. A lot of bright sunlight, which is really highlighting that super cooled the supercooled liquids that, of course, are immediately turning to vapor, or turning to gas rather, the moment it comes out. So yes, neat stuff indeed, that we get to observe as we watch this process continues. Let's see here. The big look. What's that? CH4 cooler is now active. So yeah, I mean it's coming. And just so you know how engine chill works and why it exists, engines are exposed to colossal amounts of heat. Of course, as a result of the chemical reaction that makes them go in the first place. But in addition to that, they're subjected to an enormous amount of extreme cold. So to prep the engines for the large amount of supercooled propellant and oxidizer that's going to gush through those engines, you've got to have them pre-cooled. For example, if you were to pour, a extremely hot liquid into a very cold glass, that glass would shatter. And that's the same sort of thing would happen now. Of course, the engine wouldn't shatter, but it would suffer serious damage, or would risk suffering serious damage, if you didn't have it chilled before you push all of that through. So it's important, of course, to chill those engines ahead of time. Yeah, putting in the distance. Yeah, it's neat. Tell you, there's a lot of incredible things happening over there at the moment. It is very exciting indeed. Both exciting and tense. Um, Steve, I like the Picard series. I'm definitely a fan. I didn't like the second season as much. The first season was a lot better, a lot more intense, just I don't know, a lot more exciting. I really enjoyed this first season a lot more, but still, we'll see what happens with season 3, which they're going to wrap all that up. And I would say I would not be very surprised if they kill Picard off in the third season, although I've got no reason to, nothing confirmed to believe that, but I've got a suspicion that this will be it for Picard forever. So in any event, yeah, and like I say, obviously you're going to get a better view of what's happening on the big channels like NSF and Lab Padre. No question, they've got cameras right there next to the pad. But at the same time, if you're interested in some unique commentary, then this is the place to be. So maybe run 2 at the same time would be a good way to go. All of these very good channels, of course. If a siren will sound that ignition is in, yes. Once the siren sounds, it's just a few minutes, and then it goes. So yeah, very, very exciting stuff indeed. By the way, I'm very happy they have a Costa coffee here. I didn't even know they had them over on this side of the Atlantic. Had it all the time in Britain, but we'll see. All right, guys. So we're waiting. Exciting stuff coming. We are waiting right now for the propellant load to get going. That will be the next major step. And then once that gets going, we are not very far away from that moment of static fire. So in terms of the time frame, what are we looking at? Well, it's definitely not going to happen in the noon hour as was originally being targeted. I would say probably closer to 1 at this point. And once again, appreciate everybody tuning in right now. Please please subscribe. Once again, very, very happy to answer any questions that might exist. Once again, looking hopefully to go to Houston over the weekend. If that's something you'd like to support, once again, Patreon, PayPal, that's all in the description. And once again, that's only if you want me to go and do that, to go to Johnson Space Center, see all the new things that have been happening there, etc., and bring you some content from Houston. About 6 hours one way to get there, but it would be very exciting indeed. How long the test will they fire? My suspicion, I'd like to see it go for about 10 or 11 seconds, like they did one of the static fires, but my suspicion is probably more like 2 to 3 seconds. It'll be a very, very brief thing. And yet, in spite of that, a very, very loud thing. It's going to be crazy loud indeed. Costa definitely, definitely the best of all time, the greatest of all time. No question. Love Costa coffee. All right. So I am going to take about another 5 minutes off, 5 to 10 minutes, since we are waiting for further developments. So I'm going to go ahead and get off my feet for about a 5 to 10 minute time span, give you guys a little bit of a break from my voice, and I'll be back very soon. And and we continue this coverage. Hopefully, there will be further developments, but we are getting very close. I would say once again, maybe by 1 o'clock or sometime shortly before that. So static fire is imminent. Stay tuned, guys.
Rodeo's true.
Thank you.
Audio's live now.
Hello, everyone. Hope everybody is doing well today. I'll tell you, we're definitely in the waiting process, playing the waiting game, as always. When it comes to anything happening at Boca Chica, it's always a lengthy process, but it does appear that we should probably see Frost begin to climb the rocket as they do a propellant load now. Um, and who knows how high the Frost is going to climb. Some people believe that it's going to be a partial propellant load, not a whole lot of fuel going on in the event that something were to happen. But at the same time, you need a fair amount of propellant and oxidizer on the rocket in order to hold it down once they light this incredibly powerful propulsion system. So it's kind of a tricky thing that they're playing at the moment. What are they going to do? Once again, we don't know for sure, but it is entirely possible that we could be looking at the static fire within the next 60 to 90 minutes, but it could take longer than that. Very, very difficult to say for certain. A lot of this, again, is guesswork. That's just the nature of the game, but it's a beautiful view that I have right now. Beautiful, unobstructed, very, very bright sunlight illuminating the booster at the moment. So it's very interesting indeed as to what could happen. Faster launch Dragons to dock with Starship or wait for Starship to be human rated. I think you'd probably, I believe that launching Crew Dragons to dock with Starship is the best way to proceed right now. I think it'll be a little while. Gwyn Shotwell actually mentioned that it's going to take 100 successful flights of Starship before they put human beings on it. At least if we're talking about launching human beings from the ground to space. So we're talking 100 flights of Starship. That's a long time. So that being the case, it could be a while. It could be a while before human beings are going to be on Starship, at least when it launches from the pad. But of course, docking with Crew Dragon is something you can do a lot earlier, and in my opinion, it's likely that's how they're going to proceed. But once again, that's speculation. It could happen sooner than that, but I don't think NASA is going to be comfortable with it for a while. Once again, Starship has no abort system. Without an abort system, NASA does not like that at all. They don't like flying without an abort system, so it's very difficult to project what's really going to happen. You talk for a long time, and it takes a toll on your throat and your voice. That's for sure. So, yes, a pressure wave is indeed a possibility. That's something, of course, that they need to be very cognizant of. It won't be as severe, obviously, with a static fire as opposed to an RUD. An RUD would create a very substantial pressure wave that will certainly be able to feel from this distance if it were to happen. Let's hope to hell that it doesn't. Um, so yeah, abort systems are something that NASA is very kind of I don't know, they really are not very they won't negotiate about those things. They don't have a whole lot of wiggle room when it comes to abort systems. Ever since all of the astronaut casualties that we suffered as a result of the lack of an abort system on Columbia on the space shuttle. I do believe that NASA is very hesitant to have anything that has no abort system. So, in any event, 20 miles from Spaceport Cornwall. Well, hello, Stephen. Very, very, very good location that you have right there. Let's hope that things go well for Cornwall here in the near future. That's kind of a big uncertainty right now with the state of Virgin Orbit. But fortunately, there are established contracts with other companies besides Virgin Orbit, that's a pretty exciting thing indeed. Okay. How much fuel would it have to be for the static fire? Just a few hundred tons might be all that they would need. So it wouldn't have to be that high up the booster. But once again, I think that they're going to load more propellant and oxidizer than that, simply because they need to have enough weight to hold this thing down. I don't think with a propulsion system this powerful, I really don't think that you want those clamps to be subjected to that much stress. But once again, who knows? Who knows? It's a big question indeed. So again, open question. Happy to answer any other questions that may come up. By the way, Ugh, I'm really beginning to question the wisdom of me deciding to do this broadcast standing as opposed to sitting. 373 watching right now. My God, thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. Thank you so much for your support. Please like, please subscribe to my channel. Like I say, we are clawing our way ever closer to that magic number of 100,000. And in addition to that, please support Mars Embassy. Please subscribe to that channel as well. And please check out his time lapse photography videos that he has. Very cool stuff indeed. The thing RUDs better get behind a wall. Yeah, I agree. Well, I've got cover. I don't have to worry about that. I've got some cover right over there. So I'm well set up if I have to, if anything were to happen. Would I go to space if given the chance? Absolutely, and absolutely in a New York minute. Be very excited about that. Cable two starships together to simulate gravity. Maybe, Ryan. Once again, we don't know the most effective way to create artificial gravity or if centrifugal force really is the best way to do it. There is some evidence to suggest that it works. The Soviets, for example, sent up an artificial gravity simulator where they had a centrifuge that spun around and they had mice inside it. And the mice that were inside the centrifuge being spun with the centrifugal force did experience less muscle mass deterioration and less bone mass deterioration than the mice who were exposed to microgravity only. So experiments do seem to indicate that centrifugal force is a good solution. Once again, we still don't know these things for certain. But that might be a way to do it. David, I will relocate to the UK in September. My son actually was just accepted to Birmingham City University. He may be going there. I'm hoping that he does go there, and I will be nearby in Milton Keynes. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that. But yes, one way or the other, I will be in Britain by September. I've got a flat chosen for myself. Everything looks very promising in that regard. I'm going to be liquidating all of my possessions in the U.S., or the vast majority of them anyway, and I'll be off to Britain. Can the Dragon carry up to 7? In theory, yes. They use it for 4 actually right now, but that's a NASA restriction, not a SpaceX restriction. In theory, you can carry more than that. Thank you, Marina, for watching Mars Embassy. Really do appreciate that, and I encourage everybody else to do the same. And also, please make sure to like his videos, like his videos and subscribe to his channel. Just throw a like on those suckers, because of course YouTube will promote his content more the more likes he gets on those videos. So it's very important to a channel that's just starting out, and really do appreciate that. So in the event, what I'm looking at is the chat. Actually, there's a laptop directly in front of me where I can see the chat. And then when I look up, I'm actually looking directly at the booster. When I look away from the camera, to clarify for all you guys. Um, Mhm. Mhm. Okay. Just to make sure, Keith is also in the, yeah, Keith is very much in the IT field. He's actually well educated in the IT field. His current job is just a kind of a placeholder thing. But in any event, IT support is his major thing that he does. Just to clarify, in terms of all of his actual background. Um, yeah, me for my part, I'm a history major who worked in sales for 15 years and then raised money for a charity for 7 years. I have a very strangely varied background. My connection to space was my uncle. Um, he worked for almost his entire professional career. Should they catch on their first flight, says Ryan? Yes, they should. I think they should. You should go for reusability right off the bat. Let's try to figure out how to reuse all of this immediately rather than throwing stuff away. They should take a shot at it. Marina asked, "Did I hear anything about Starship 2.0 or bigger?" No, no further information about that as of yet. I think they've got quite a hill to climb with Starship as of right now. Spaceport Cornwall, yeah, it's yes. Mel Thorpe at Spaceport Cornwall is a lovely lady. She's Canadian, actually, although a British citizen now. Her mom is a UK citizen also, but in any event, she's done a wonderful job of running that operation in Cornwall. Really a fantastic lady, and I've taken 2 tours of that facility. I toured it when a lot of stuff was not done yet, where there's a lot of bare walls and such, a crane in place, but not a lot in the integration room, clean room, etc. And then I went back just a couple of months later, and it was night and day how much it had changed. They accomplished so much with 10 to 20 million pounds. It was about 20 million pounds that it cost to do everything at Spaceport Cornwall. Mind blowing for such a small amount of money to be able to accomplish everything that they did. And of course, deeply disappointing what happened with Virgin Orbit. But at the same time, we know that what happened with Virgin Orbit now was most probably a faulty component, just a faulty component with the rocket. So very, very sad indeed. Buran, a very, very cool setup. Would have been wonderful if Buran and the Energia had that stayed in operation during the time that it was coming on into service. We could have returned to the moon in the 1990s if we had collaborated with the Russians at that time. Energia was capable of throwing 20 metric tons out to the moon in the same way that SLS is capable of doing it. But of course, we had the ability of doing it back in the early 1990s with Buran and with Energia. Well, Buran, of course, being the space shuttle, but still Energia being capable of throwing that much mass. We could have done it way back then, and we didn't. And that is very, very disappointing. Methane subcoolers defrosting. How's it looking over there, Keith? That soon? We're pretty close, actually a little bit closer than I was anticipating. You seeing evidence of engine chill yet? Right, right. It's we may be a little further along than we thought. We could be very close to that moment right now, guys. So don't go anywhere. Um, there's currently a drone, and some of you guys have commented. Actually, some of the people who've commented on the chat have noticed this, that we have a drone flying around at the moment. So yeah, this could happen very soon indeed. In terms of how many minutes to static fire, let me have a look here. Let me give you my best guess based on what I've heard up to this point. Say anywhere from,
Minutes beforehand that would be suggestive that it's going to happen.
say about 30 to 45 minutes would be my guess. Yes, the siren already went. A siren just went. A siren has just gone. This could go a lot sooner than we're thinking. It could be as soon as 10 minutes from now. Unexpectedly, we have had a warning siren happen already. So this could be going. Yes. Yes, we've noticed the drones in the area. Drone looks like it's left the vicinity according to some folks, but yeah, unexpectedly we have a siren that's already sounded. So 10 minutes or so, a lot sooner than I thought. I'm getting super excited at this point. Once again, we can't say for certain. It could take longer than that, but it could be as little as 10 minutes from now. We can't say for certain about any of this, of course. SpaceX doesn't tell us anything. All we can do is see the telltale signs of what's about to happen. But nevertheless, it's interesting, very interesting what's developing at the moment. A siren with no propellant load, though. Somebody has just commented. Keith, can we definitively say if there's propellant load or not? We could just not have a lot of propellant load. That is something we need to consider. Is this could be a minimal amount of propellant and oxidizer going in, because you don't need a lot of fuel for a static fire. Once again, they may be deciding to go with a minimal amount of fuel instead of a large amount to try to keep the booster in place. So yeah, it could be just a very small amount and not quite as noticeable, and then it just goes. Once again, we can't say for certain. All we can say is that there's exciting things happening out at the pad right now, and super excited about what's happening at the moment. Very excited indeed. That's us all is accomplishing what we, yeah. Well, I mean, we're happy about what SLS has accomplished because we haven't done anything about like that for quite some time. But nevertheless, SSTO single stage takeoff, David. So that's what an SSTO is. Single stage takeoff. A space plane would be one of the best ways to describe that. Something like there's the British Skylon, for example, would be one example of an SSTO using hybrid engines in order to get to orbit. Engines, of course, that that breathe air first until they reach hypersonic speeds, and then you engage the rocket engines afterwards. In which case, you can achieve orbit without having to detach any first stage. Some people think that that's never going to be efficient, that it's never going to be really possible, that it's a pipe dream. Other people are investing a lot of time and effort and money in making it happen. And by the way, since we're speaking about Spaceport Cornwall, Canadian space plane is now being moved over there. A Canadian hypersonic space plane with hybrid engines. The very interesting prospect there. It may be possible. You can never know, but it's possible that you could have the first successful SSTO take off from Britain rather than from the United States. Hard to say, but some exciting stuff indeed. Yes, it would be nice. SSTO definitely is the best way for the future. Having detaching stages and that sort of thing, of course, is more wasteful. If you can make SSTO work, that is indeed the best way to proceed. But once again, right now, obviously, this is not an SSTO, but it is reusable. There is no Starship. For those of you who have joined with the expectation of seeing a launch, this is not a launch. This is a static fire. They are firing up the most powerful And by the way, we're moving a camera to get a better perspective right now, in case you're wondering what's going on there. That's Keith at Mars Embassy moving the camera. By the way, it's not me after drinking a half dozen pina coladas trying to move the camera. I'm sorry, we just got a notification. Please go again.
On the launch mount has resumed. It appears as though they have resumed purging and propellant loading hasn't stopped. They probably ran into something and went investigated with the drone, and now we're back into getting ready to load propellant.
Apparently, there was perhaps a pause in the propellant loading. There may have been some kind of issue with that. However, that appears to now be on its way moving forward again. So that is the current situation. There's a momentary, at least we think, a momentarily pause in the loading of the liquid methane, but that is now back on track. And once again, maybe the reason why we had a siren. So once again, a full static fire, meaning that we are going all 33 engines, the most powerful propulsion system ever tested in human history. Nothing anywhere close to this. 17 million pounds worth of thrust, as opposed to anywhere between 8.6, 8.9 million for the SLS and Saturn V's. Crazy stuff. Spinning up. Engines are spinning up, apparently, according to a commentator. I'm not sure. Can we confirm that, Keith? We have them spinning up yet? I'll tell you, my eyes are absolutely focused on what's going on right now. Talk about high levels of excitement at the moment. We are minutes away, at least from what we're able to determine, to the best of our knowledge. We are minutes away from seeing history happen for human spaceflight. Either the most powerful propulsion system on the planet is going to fire up and demonstrate what it's capable of and blast, even for a couple of seconds, 17 million pounds worth of thrust. Either we're going to see that, or we're going to see a scrub, or we're going to see something go very, very badly here. But of course, it is our hope. There is no engine chill, but of course, engine chill tends to happen only a couple of minutes prior to the static fire. So we are getting very close indeed. I'll tell you, this is happening a little bit faster than I anticipated. By the way, Keith at Mars Embassy is working at a frenzied pace on his cameras right now, getting as many shots of what's going on at the moment, getting the best perspective possible. Alan, thank you so much for the £4.50. Really do appreciate that. Latest thoughts on booster flight test and program after this. If the test goes well, we should have a flight attempt next month. If the test does not go well, it really depends on how badly did it go. We have a bumblebee paying me a visit now. Of course, they're harmless, but still a bit distracting. I'll tell you, it seems almost like the insects are getting worked up at the moment, almost as if they can sense something about to happen, because something big is indeed about to happen. If the booster broke out of its clamps and started, yeah, that would be very bad indeed. I'm pretty certain that they have the ability to destroy it if something like that were to occur. No explosion. Nothing like that. Instead, we are minutes away from a very, very, hopefully a very, very big moment in the future of human spaceflight. Everything changes. In a few minutes, everything may change for the future of spaceflight if this goes well. We are about to see, if we're lucky, we're about to see the most powerful propulsion system ever tested on this planet happen right in front of us. And we should all feel very privileged. If this happens, we should feel very lucky that we get to see this as it happens. There are so many before us that have waited, with great anticipation for a moment like this and have passed away without seeing it happen. Tragically, we've wasted so much time in the last half century waiting to get back to this point, get back to rockets that are capable of doing this again. And now we are moments away from seeing this happen. Yes, SLS is capable of doing things like this, but it's wasteful. It's expensive. It's not the future. This is the future. Rodney, thank you so much for the $20 New Zealand. Really do appreciate that. Hiroshi, thank you so much for the 10 euros. Really appreciate that as well. Ever consider to provide some special emojis? You know, I ought to do that. I'll go up over the weekend. We're going to come up with some emojis for members. Already got commitment from my producer, the incomparable ASN Angry Space Nuts, going to make some for us. Great suggestion, guys, and we'll make some by the weekend. Oh boy, getting excited, guys. We are close. We are very close right now. Beyond excited. I just cannot overstate the importance of what's about to happen here. If indeed this goes well, it changes everything. And if it doesn't go well, it puts our program back. Our hopes of returning to the moon for a human landing on the moon will suffer significantly if this goes very badly. Let's hope that that's not what's going to happen. Yes, it is going to be loud. There's no question about that. Especially if it blows up, then it's going to be really loud. Let's hope that that doesn't happen. But in any event, have you lost volume for some reason? Okay, just want to confirm that I've still. Okay, all right. Oh my God, yeah, this is getting beyond exciting at the moment. Thank you so much, Sai. Really do appreciate it. Can SpaceX launch outside the U.S.? Not currently. I mean, theoretically they could, yeah, but they don't seem to have any plans or any ambitions of doing so. All of their effort is focused here in the US, which is another one of the reasons why I cover so many other space launch providers, because, you know, they're going to be launching from other locations, and there are many, many benefits to doing that. It's important to have spaceports and space launch capabilities from other countries besides our own. And so that's why I cover what I do. That's why I think it's important, no matter if it's a small scale launches or big. I think it's very important at all, very important indeed. Blow the windows out of the hotel. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. This isn't my hotel, by the way. I'm actually staying in a hotel in Arlington. But in any event, what I can say though is that the Holiday Inn here in South Padre Island, wonderful people, fantastic folks who have given me this, generously provided me with this space, with power, with broadband internet. It makes doing these broadcasts so much easier and so much more fun. Oh, and they also have some rooms dedicated to SpaceX fans, just so you know, here at the Holiday Inn in South Padre Island. If you're coming to enjoy yourself and to check this stuff out, you know, check out Starbase, this is definitely the best place to stay. The only reason I don't stay here is because for me, I prefer business hotels that are always going to be quiet so I can make my videos. But if I wanted to stay here for pleasure, I would definitely stay in this hotel instead. Ian, thank you so much for your support. SLS stream. Oh boy, sorry, I missed that. I missed that comment. Or the question. Let me see if I can pull it back up. Producer, can we? What was that question on that?
Watch the SLS stream you had. SRBs are cool, but this is the future. Thanks for sharing your coverage from Ian Smith.
And definitely, I agree. SRBs are incredibly cool. Actually, they're a huge amount of incredibly powerful badass. I mean, SRBs are amazing, and in many ways, I like to watch them in operation. But that is not the way of the future. Obviously, SRBs are not, at least not cost effective for a reusable standpoint. I mean, we tried to reuse SRBs with the shuttle, and it just was not very cost effective to do it. So that being the case, we need to go with what can be reused, not with something that can't. But yes, SRBs are pretty cool though, in spite of that. James, thank you so much for your support. Really do appreciate that. What was that, producer? What was cost effective?
The NASA ECX Lockheed
Oh yeah, the Lockheed Martin DCX was cost effective. Good point. Good point, producer. Is one thing that was actually a cost effective. And by the way, solid rocket fuel. There's a lot of good stuff with solid rocket fuel if you're using it for hybrid engines and that sort of thing. You can preload rockets, by the way, with solid rocket fuel. For example, there's a German company that's doing hybrid engines using solid rocket fuel and oxidizer, sort of a combination between the two. And you can preload those rockets ahead of time, which makes the fueling process a lot more straightforward. Babsu, thank you so much. Really do. There's the lamp size on the side to start. Really do appreciate your generous support. Everybody's been coming through in a huge way today. Thanks so much. And by the way, also hoping to make a journey to Houston to bring you some content from the Johnson Space Center. I haven't been there in over a year and a half and would very much like to bring you guys some more content for that. If that's something you guys would like to support, PayPal, Patreon, best way to do that, but only if that's something you want to see. So in any event, well, we'll be blowing up and we hit 100K. It's going to be a huge event in many respects once we hit that 100K. New climate change people attempt to store in the past. Yeah, you know something, and that's why I worry about some of the security issues around Starbase. The Just Stop Oil people that I saw in Britain. And by the way, I'm not one of those people who doesn't care about the climate or about the environment and that sort of thing and pollution and having a clean planet. I care very much about that. I just don't approve of the way they do it. The complete disregard for law and order and disrupting the lives of ordinary people and destroying valuable pieces of art and everything else that they're doing. It's unacceptable. It's unforgivable. So in any event, yeah, those radicals will do anything to make their case, which again, I think is a good reason why we need to be cautious with the future of Starship. How's it looking, Keith? So we still don't have engine chill yet, to our knowledge. But once again, engine chill is something that would happen, just a couple of minutes prior to the static fire. So we've got to be getting very close, though. I have to admit, this is very interesting what we're watching right now. Very tense indeed. Very tense. So just waiting on what's going to. I mean, I have to admit, I'm expecting something to happen at any moment here, even though we still haven't gotten any evidence of engine chill, and so therefore we shouldn't have that yet. So perhaps there wasn't an actual siren, is some of the word that we're getting right now. There may have been some other type of alarm and not the siren that we would expect. If that is indeed the case, then it could be a little bit longer before we see it. But still, we are close. There's no question about that. There definitely is propellant load going right now, and I don't think that there's going to be a huge issue. All right, I don't think there's going to be a lot of delay here unless something goes very wrong. We'll see as far as that's concerned. So, wow, neat stuff happening out there. I'm seeing some more venting. Oh, thank you so much. Really do appreciate that, Kenji. Once SpaceX fires those 33 engines, will they be filing for unemployment? Let's hope not. Let's hope not. Let's hope that this thing goes very well, and we don't have any issues. We have at least an hour. Some people are saying because of the pause. Not sure about that. I think it all is based on the amount of propellant that's actually loaded. It could happen a lot sooner. Keith, what are you thinking? So there was an actual siren at the pad. So this could. So you're thinking it could happen a lot sooner. Some people are saying 1:45 to 2 o'clock. You think faster than that, in your opinion? as is usually the case with these sorts of things, we're playing a guessing game at the moment. We're playing a guessing game as to what's likely to happen. But the whole propellant load process could happen a lot more swiftly if they don't load a lot of propellant and oxidizer. Who knows? Who knows? But regardless of anything if there's anything loaded or not, regardless of we could load up a few hundred tons of propellant in no time at all. So we are right now. We are still holding firm at our estimate between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. Um, in which case, next half hour, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how that comes down. Once again, I'm taking my cues from a guy who's watched a whole lot of static fires. So we'll see, and in person too out here, not not online. So I'm gonna go with his estimates currently, unless something changes. So we could be seeing a static fire within the next 30 minutes or so. I'm going to take since the static fire is not imminent within the next few minutes anyway. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and I'm going to be right back. Once again, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Please like, please subscribe. Stay tuned. Exciting stuff coming. Hello again, everybody. I'm very happy to be back with you. Once again, thanks so much for tuning in and thanks so much for your ongoing support. Boy, interesting stuff indeed happening here, and it does appear once again I am getting information and I tend to believe the source that we could have a static fire here within the next 20 minutes, maybe less. Yeah, maybe next 20 minutes or so. Of course, who knows? Something could happen, but it does appear that this is going to be happening very soon. In the meantime, still happy to answer any questions from anybody that would like to ask about Starship or anything else in regards to space flight. But still, exciting stuff happening out at Starbase and at the launch pad as we prepare for this historic event. This historic event in the history of spaceflight, if indeed this goes as we hope it will be the first test, the first the first firing of a propulsion system anywhere near this powerful. This thing is so insanely powerful compared to anything that's ever been fired in the past, and just pretty insane stuff. Very excited indeed to see what happens. So, like I say, it appears that we've had a couple of brief pauses here and there in the midst of this process, but still everything seems to be going very much as planned. Um, and again, according to the information we're getting, the static fire is imminent within the next 20, 30 minutes. Again, anything can happen. There could be a delay in the process, but they could decide to load only a very small amount of propellant before they decide to light it up. It really is all dependent on what kind of risks they decide to take. If they're not sure about what's going to happen with the propulsion system, and they're concerned about there being a lot of fuel in the tanks once they fire it up, then the explosion could be quite devastating, and so they probably want to have less propellant and less oxidizer. However, if they decide that the drawback to that, of course, is if you put less propellant in there, the booster weighs less, and therefore much harder to keep down, harder to keep it under control. So we'll see what ends up happening here. Um, Fingers crossed. But yeah, 33 engines. There is a lot that could theoretically go wrong with this. So it'll be interesting to see what route they decide to take. If they decide to go with a lot of propellant and oxidizer to hold the rocket down, or if they decide to go with a small amount in case of a anomaly on the pad. Hard to say. What I can say though is that I'm super excited about what's happening at the moment. There's some huge stuff developing here in Boca Chica, unprecedented, an unprecedented event in the history of spaceflight. Fingers crossed, see what ends up happening. Of course, hoping for, they've up to this point, they've been very conservative about their static fires, the number of engines they've been firing up. Um, and, it's questionable as to how much they decide to use this time, how much caution they approach this static fire with. If they decide to err on the side of caution in terms of the amount of flammable liquids that they put into this thing, or if they err on the side of going for a successful test with the booster being held down by a large amount of mass, the mass, of course, being provided by a lot of fuel and a lot of oxidizer. Hard to say. Once again, we can't say for certain. All I know is that we are, at least near as we can tell, minutes away from this amazing and historic event. Oh God! If the people asking about Cornish pasties, I had pasties the entire time that I was in the UK. It was my staple. I must have eaten every day the various types of pasties that they have available here. It's awesome stuff. The food is so good indeed. Um, Sound breaking up. Do we have some sound issues? Venting events. Yeah, we'll see. Can they fire the engines less than full power? They can, but they don't want to. Yes, they can throttle up the engines and fire them at less than 100%, but they don't want to. They want to test these things at full power to see if they work. That's very, very important. All right. So again, uh, right now we're doing the hurry up and wait approach. We're getting information suggesting that this could be minutes away. Once again, you never know until it actually happens. Um, I had clued on what's happening, that's for certain. So it's very exciting indeed. Once again, happy to answer any questions, both in terms of just about Starship in general, or uh, Starship represents for the future of spaceflight, or any other topic in relation to spaceflight. More than happy to talk about it. So we got toy water. So yes, we right now, again, to clarify for everybody who's currently watching, there is no launch happening. This is just a static fire. However, a static fire unlike any that's ever happened before. 33 engines, 17 million pounds worth of thrust, double the thrust of Saturn V or SLS. Wayne, thank you so much for your support. Deeply, deeply appreciated. Thank you so much. Like I say, this is what keeps this channel going. This is what allows me to make these trips here, and allows me to keep going and providing the kind of coverage that I want to provide you guys, rather than sitting at home or sitting in a studio and covering these things. It's always better to cover this stuff in person whenever possible. So still waiting, of course, as is always the case out here. 500 people tuned in at the moment. My God. Thank you very much for watching, folks. Really appreciate you guys being a part of our little community here as we wait for this historic event to take place. Once again, with the estimates that we have received, anything close to accurate, this could happen within the next 10 to 15 minutes, or it could take another hour. You never know what's going to happen. What we do know is that everything seems to still be moving. Oh my God, Matthew, thank you. 20 more Angry Astronaut memberships, 20 more Angry Advocates. You got a membership. You get a membership. You get a membership back in my Oprah mode. You get a membership. You get a membership. Fantastic. Thank you so much for doing that. And so once again, guys, you are now Angry Advocates and part of our Discord community. Your invitation is there on the membership communications that are received through YouTube. So all of you guys get to join our Discord community. Thank you so much for being a part of our little crowd that we have that discusses everything that's going on in space flight or in space science. We talk about so many different topics in our community and so many people who are heavily involved in the space flight community and people who work in the industry as part of our Discord community. Fantastic folks who contribute a lot to my videos. Let me tell you, a lot of the information that I put forward on my videos simply would not happen. They would not be there if it were not for these very, very talented individuals who are part of this Discord community. So thank you so much for being a part of our community now, and thanks so much for that very generous gift. Boy, I'm seeing a lot more venting going on right now on the pad than I was seeing a minute ago. Exciting stuff happening. Very exciting indeed. So yeah, another event. We really don't know. Really don't know what's happening. Once again, I'm not sure what the deal is on the volume. Some people seem to be having a problem with the audio. I'm not sure what to say because all the indications suggest that we have a good audio feed right here. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to say in that regard. We'll do what we can to try to rectify things for you, obviously. Um, yeah, so many rocket companies. We are living in the future. We are indeed, and let's hope that a lot of them are very successful. We want them all to be successful if possible, or most. One of them right now, Virgin Orbit, very much struggling because of what happened in Cornwall. Let's hope that things improve for them very soon. They have an upcoming mission going out of Mojave, and let me tell you something, that a lot is riding on that mission. If that mission has an anomaly, I would say that that is probably a dagger in the heart of Virgin Orbit. Unless Richard Branson just keeps feeding tons of money into that organization, I don't see how they will survive if they have another, like, back-to-back anomalies. If they have another one in Mojave after what happened in Cornwall, it will be utterly devastating. On the reverse side of it, though, if things go well with that Mojave mission, then that gives new life to Virgin Orbit's future. We'll see. But of course, that's just one of many launch providers out there. But they've been successful. They've done 4 successful orbital missions. That's more than just about anybody else can say. So hard to say what's going to be happening. What do we got right now, Keith? How's it looking? Thank you so much, Kenji. Really do appreciate it. If this static fire blows up, will the engines be statically fired? No, I have a feeling that that an explosion at this point would be accepted in many ways. Elon actually doesn't. He doesn't regard those sorts of failures as being like unacceptable. Not in his mind. Um, so in any event, we'll see what ends up happening with that. So we'll see. All right, guys, we are still in a hurry up and wait mode right now. Still venting going on. Obviously, it's always going to happen on an ongoing basis with these things. So fingers crossed. Let us certainly hope that things go forward swiftly, but at the same time, we also want things to go forward safely. But everything is still looking nominal. Everything's still pushing forward in a very promising fashion. No indication that we're going to have a scrub of any kind. I think that we're going to be good to go. Once again, I'm not sure about what's going on with the audio for some people. Some people are saying that things are great. Some people are saying that things aren't. So I don't know what causes that inconsistency. Um, so in any event, we'll continue working on it. Obviously, it's a problem at this end. Still no frost on the rocket. Now, once again, depending on how much propellant they decide to load up, have a very high frost level on the rocket. It may not be nearly as much as. All right, yeah. Apparently, the studio and YouTube seem to be reading great on audio. Not exactly sure what to tell you folks. Aside from that, I apologize. And yeah, once again, I've had a lot of audio issues on this channel in the past. Yeah, it could be people messing with me. Who knows? Um, so in any event, we're not going to worry about it at the moment. You will just keep watching and keep commenting. Once again, I'm happy to answer any questions that folks have, not only about Starship or SpaceX, but also just about spaceflight in general, and what's likely to happen here in the near future. Once again, to reemphasize the importance of this, the Starship and the Starship, Lunar Starship especially, is absolutely vital to the future of Artemis. We will not land on the surface of the moon without lunar starship. And so, therefore, we need not only a successful orbital flights on a regular basis, we also need to master low Earth orbit refueling, and we haven't even started that process yet. And we need to get reusability mastered. We barely started on that too. So there is a lot still to happen, a lot still to develop, and all of this being extremely important to SpaceX, to Starlink. Obviously, the version 2 Starlink satellites cannot be properly deployed without Starship. So the future of Starlink very much depending on what happens today and on the future of Starship and how well it performs in the future. So yeah, um, big stuff coming. All of this being quite important, and hopefully just a few minutes away from this momentous and historic event. Um, Still waiting to see what kind of developments we have. Just getting regular updates from what we are observing on the pad. We have other cameras besides the ones that you're looking at right now, but they are still frame cameras. So can't really do a video feed off of that. We're getting a pretty good look at what's happening. And by the way, a beautiful day to be watching this. Really fantastic view out to the pad. Just lovely indeed. So couldn't ask for anything better. They've stopped chilling the orbital mount a while ago. Even the small pipe by the tank stopped venting. Once again, we don't know what's going to happen at this point. Launchpad, they want to know how you're holding up. You know what? I'm getting through it. I'm getting through it. That's all I can say. It's tough, of course, to keep broadcasting on an ongoing basis like this, but certainly doing my best to know you have not missed anything yet. Once again, we can't say with any sort of certainty as to how long it's going to be before the static fire will take place. Okay, go ahead. Losing my producer for the next 30 minutes. So during that time, I'm going to be without producer support. So just gonna hang in there with you guys, and also, as I say, feel free to ask any questions you like. The Samsung Galaxy S23 is actually something that I intend to place on order. I have a Note 20 right now, which has really good camera features, but at the same time, that was really good stuff as of a couple of years ago. Definitely need to upgrade. But the last time I tried to order it, they didn't have any in stock. So, some point, at some point, it'll happen. Is there any information from SpaceX about using nuclear engines for Starship? No, there is not. Even though there's been a great deal of progress made on nuclear thermal propulsion, nuclear electric, and NASA has made it very clear that nuclear propulsion is what they want to use for the future of going to Mars, etc. There is, it's tough to say, but SpaceX has not really made any statements as to whether or not they intend to integrate nuclear engines in with Starship. Unhinged Space, thank you so much for your support. Really do appreciate it. The sun just coming up where you are. Yeah, that makes sense. You being in Australia. Thanks very much for tuning in, and very good to hear from you again. Really do appreciate that indeed. The news about Virgin Orbit and the cause of the issue. Yes, I did see that. Apparently, maybe, we don't know for certain, a filter of some kind having created the problem. 100, or it's a $100 piece of some kind, something that I suspected for a long time, that there was a simple component in the second stage that broke down, something that had a problem a long time ago. So yeah, unfortunate, but the way things go. Ross, rather, thank you so much for your support. Really do appreciate that coming in. Like I say, you guys, this is what keeps my channel going, especially right now. Nuclear fusion breakthrough. Yes, Marina, I feel that that nuclear fusion. Well, of course, we keep saying that it's just around the corner over and over and over again. However, the last interview that I did with Pulsar in the UK suggests to me that we don't need to have a fully viable fusion reactor in order to get fusion propulsion. Fusion propulsion does not require a fusion reactor. Instead, it just requires plasma. And plasma is something that they've been able to create as of right now. So I would say that fusion is definitely on the near horizon if we can just create plasma in space and use that as propellant rather than conventional. If you can do that, high energy plasma moves very, very fast. It has a huge ISP and it would change everything for propulsion. I don't think they will use water suppression today. It doesn't appear that they've done enough work on that in order to get it fully functional. I think there is a lot of speculation as to whether or not a sound suppression system is going to be required for 33 engines, but it does appear that they don't have that in place. Keith, anything new? Anything new, Keith? Okay. Yeah. All right, so we will just. So we could have a little. And apparently we may have some things holding it up once again. Not terribly surprised with that. Um, no sound. Well, then we do something about it. Yeah, I know we can't do that. So all right. Sorry, we're just taking care of a few details here. Hold on for just 1 second. No, it's okay. I didn't think it was loud enough. We could hear it. So. Oh no, you're picking it up. Yeah, honestly, I hate to be a jerk about that. I don't want to. I don't want to get into any kind of trouble. So. Sorry, I apologize, guys. Just taking care of a couple of little, just a little bit of a few couple issues here to make sure that we've got things on where we're supposed to be at the moment on audio and such, and copyright, that sort of thing. All the things that YouTube gets all bent out of shape about. So let's see, methane subcoolers defrosted on top again. Looks like a minor problem on propulsion load. That's what we're hearing as well. Is that we may have a some sort of problem or delay with the methane. Kind of hard to say again. Any event. So yeah, I don't think that they will use the water suppression. In fact, I don't think the water suppression is installed, fully installed. There was a lot of speculation about that, but it really doesn't matter. It is all 33 engines. We're hoping that it's going to be about 11 seconds in length, but it could be as little as 2 or 3, depending on how much risk they want to take. The best way to proceed would be approximately about an 11-second burn, but who knows if it's really going to be that long. We shall see, but no water suppression to as far as we know. They haven't fully installed the system yet. So that's the deal as far as that's concerned. Um, Once again, because of this current delay with the methane propellant load, it's difficult to say how long it's going to be. But I don't have a producer available for a while. So that being the case, we want to make sure. I'll be online for the duration during all this time frame. So let's see here. It will. That's a very good point, Anton. Regardless of what happens, it's going to break a world record. It will be the most powerful propulsion system ever fired up in human history. So that's going to be a big thing indeed when this happens. And let's hope it does. If whatever's happening right now only suggests a temporary delay, not a scrub or anything along those lines. Fingers crossed, of course. Center 5 F1 engines or stagger. Yeah, I would say there's a good chance that they may stagger the engines as they fire them up here as well. I think it'd be tough to avoid that, actually. So let's see. 10 hours to go. Yeah, could be. When's the test? We don't know when the test is. We know that it's imminent. We thought that it could have happened by now, but there apparently was some sort of problem with the methane propellant load. So the bit of a delay in that regard. No, the answer, if it blows up, it probably won't be the biggest explosion from a rocket because it will not be fully fueled for the static fire. Now, if they do fully fuel it, which seems unlikely, but if they were to do that, then it would be a pretty damn colossal explosion. It really would. But at the same time, would it be the biggest ever? And one was a lot of fuel as well. And keep in mind, this is not the full stack blowing up, but just the booster. So I would say it'd probably be comparable to N1 if it were to blow up. Once again, I find that I think it's very unlikely. But it could happen. It could happen. But yeah, to our knowledge, the largest man-made explosion was from the Soviet M1, but there are lots of other things that have been estimated to also be either equal to or greater than that having happened. For example, the Halifax Harbor tragedy in the 19th century, when a huge ammunition ship was touched off in the middle of Halifax Harbor and devastated the entire city. That was a pretty big man-made explosion, non-nuclear man-made explosion. Very devastating indeed. Just a very, very tragic thing. I am approximately maybe 8 kilometers, 7 or 8 kilometers away, about 5 miles, roughly. I mean, it looks close, let me tell you. It doesn't look very far away indeed. Looks like we have the OLM venting again. Can we confirm that, Keith? You see the OLM venting? No, the static fire has not happened yet. Once again, to reemphasize, nothing has happened yet aside from the buildup and the anticipation. We're looking and waiting. Yeah, Beirut was a big one. Probably, again, not the biggest man-made, but still quite in a bunker. No, I'm on top of a hotel roof. I've got a big wall to put between me and an explosion should something like that occur. But I don't think that, once again, I don't think it's very likely that we're going to have an RUD. And probably, if there is an RUD, probably not a gigantic one, again, because of the fact that we don't have a lot of, I would say, probably not a lot of propellant loaded up. Yeah, 1.1 kilotons. We estimate that N1 was more along the lines of 4 to 5 kilotons, maybe a little bit more. A tactical nuclear blast, definitely. And you might have something similar to that here. And it would not be fun for anybody here in South Padre if that were to happen. Once again, we're talking casualties, probably not. But it would be an unfortunate thing indeed. See if Static Fire is 100% successful. What's next? Orbital attempt or some sort of launch. Maybe a suborbital launch first, but some sort of launch. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Michael Bay, waiting for the explosions. Yes, Michael Bay would love the explosions. Really do appreciate your support and everybody's support today. You guys are what makes this channel happen. I'll tell you, we got some serious bee activity up here. These insects seem to be very agitated right now. have to admit, I'm wondering if they're sensing something is about to happen. Whatever happens, it's going to be unprecedented, and of course, it's going to pale in comparison to a full-fledged launch, but nevertheless, most powerful propulsion system ever tested. N1 Halifax was indeed a full-blown detonation. Very true. Very true. Halifax, the shockwave and the damage that was done, and one of the big problems. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Keith. A great amount of venting from OLM at the moment. Very interesting indeed. Once again, we've had a lot of debate as to whether or not any propellant has been loaded. It appears that some has been, because it appears that we've had pause in methane propellant load. So I think we're okay. I think we definitely are pushing forward in that regard. And once again, I don't think that we can expect a full-fledged propellant load for this test. Instead, it's going to be partial. So it will take less time, and it will be less problematic if something were to go wrong. But again, all of that is speculation. We don't really know what SpaceX is going to do. All of these things are a complete speculation, regardless of how you look at it. It goes bang, like rename yourself. Guy Fawkes. There we go. Yes, there'll be we'll call it the Guy Fawkes launch pad. Yeah, hell of an explosion. Once again, not as bad as a full stack going up. Not nearly as bad, probably, because they're not going to have nearly as much flammable explosive liquid in the booster, but still it will be pretty grim indeed. Hello back to the Holy Land. I'm not sure if you're talking, if Israel, Bethlehem, wherever you're talking about, but hello back, and thanks so much for joining us. So yeah, once again, for those of you unfamiliar with Halifax, there was a collision between two ships that was completely incompetently done. This munition ship collided with another vessel that did not pass each other properly, and as a result, a fire broke out on the munition ship. The crew abandoned ship almost immediately because they knew what was on board. But people gathered around in Halifax port, amazed at this big burning conflagration that was happening in their harbor, and they were, it was all very oohs and ahs going on as a result of watching this huge fire without really recognizing just how much in terms of explosives were on the ship. And then they touched off and exploded nearly simultaneously, and when they did, the casualties were colossal. I'm talking well over 1,000 people killed in that event, and a great deal of damage done to the Halifax port by the shock wave and other effects of the explosion, debris, etc. That I don't think we would see reproduced here. But still, those sorts of events are things that we do need to keep in mind when we have something like this going on, when we have this much flammable or explosive liquid in play. You can never tell what's going to happen. It's unlikely, but this is one of the reasons why SpaceX is proceeding slowly and respecting the potential of what they're playing around with compared to what they were playing around with in the past. Oh yeah, the tattoo is still very much at stake. That's it. For those of you unfamiliar with that, first of all, I have to hit 100,000 subscribers. Subscribe. Okay. And then aside from that, if Starship completes a successful orbital test before Vulcan Centaur delivers Peregrine to the moon, I will tattoo SpaceX fanboy on my butt. So that's the bet that I've put out there, because I'm confident that Peregrine and Vulcan will fly first, because I feel that it's a more mature system. But given what's happening today, I could be wrong. You never can tell. Never can tell. Interesting. Somebody just mentioned that a 90 millimeter gun during the Halifax explosion was found 3.5 miles away. Yeah, it's explosions that powerful can hurl debris to a tremendous distance. The N1 explosion hurled some pretty large pieces of debris as far as 9 to 10 kilometers away from the pad. The Star City cafe, that big plate glass window on the Star City cafe, was shattered at a distance of 25 kilometers from the N1 explosion. These are all things that just need to be kept in mind, and this is one of the reasons why SpaceX is proceeding with caution. It's why they're not blowing ships up like they used to. Blowing up an orbiter with barely any fuel left in it while it's trying to land is quite different than blowing up a full stack or a booster, a fully loaded booster on the pad. So that's why they're being safe, and that's why things will probably go just fine. How far? Once again, about 8 kilometers, about 5 miles roughly. About how far away. All right. So getting caught up at the moment. Not sure. All I know is that we've got to be getting close at this point. We've had a couple of pauses in the process. The estimate that we had from our sources was 15 minutes ago or so that it might have happened, and obviously it has not. So we've still got a little ways to go. Still got a little ways to go, obviously. Definitely within the overpressure shockwave region if something were to happen. You'll see me quickly disappear off camera if the thing explodes. I'll definitely be taking cover somewhere. But it is, of course, my hope that nothing like that happens. And of course, it also depends on the size of the explosion. If it looks about the size of one of those the SN10 blast or something, that's not a huge concern. But if it is a huge, extremely bright explosion, then obviously my reaction is going to be very, very different indeed. I need about 5,000. Let me give you an exact number just for fun. Hold on for a second. As of this moment, I need 5,023. 5,023 subscribers to get to 100K. I'm halfway down the home stretch, or about halfway down the home stretch. Spyro, thank you so much for your support. Really do appreciate it. Again, you guys are awesome today. We've received lots of support in terms of lots of memberships, lots of super chats, people contributing on Patreon, on PayPal, etc. This has been wonderful indeed. Really do appreciate everybody being a part of this. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Huge stuff happening right now, let me tell you. Huge stuff. Once again, just checking in to see where we are. These sorts of things, again, always tend to take a very long time before anything happens. So there's the ULA got a new engine maker, Rocketdyne, making engines. Well, Aerojet Rocketdyne does work for ULA and always has. Aerojet Rocketdyne builds the RL-10 engine, which is used for the Centaur 5 and, of course, the Centaur 3 as well. And the RL-10 is a very, very solid, reliable engine that goes back a long ways, perhaps the most reliable engines that exist. ULA's relationship with Aerojet Rocketdyne has been a long and storied one, even though they made this questionable agreement with Blue Origin, the BE-4 for Vulcan Centaur, which has not proven to be very awesome up to this point. So we'll see. But yeah, that's what's going on. Is ULA does indeed still have a relationship with Aerojet Rocketdyne for the Centaur 5 upper stage on the Vulcan. And they're going to add RL-10 engines for future versions of the Centaur 5, by the way. They also intend to use Centaur 5 as sort of a space tug, a refuelable, reusable space tug that you refuel in orbit rather than bringing it back down to Earth. Use it also for a fuel depot for rockets much smaller than Starship, but also they've had this for a long time. Fuel depot concepts to be used in conjunction with Centaur. So interesting stuff happening at ULA. Also, that's a good thing. They're doing these things in order to try to be competitive. Innovation, competition drives innovation. And SpaceX, of course, started that competition. So we shall see. Um, Once again, we don't know. Like I say, the N1 is a big, open question. We don't know how many kilotons N1 actually. There's all kinds of estimates on that one, depending on what source you look at. I would say N1 was substantially more than 1 kiloton, or 0.65 kilotons to have done the damage that it did with its shock wave. The as far away from the pad as the damage was, it seems to me to be significantly more powerful. It is double the power of the Saturn V, just so you know, double the thrust of the Saturn V. All right. So once again, just waiting, hurrying up and waiting on something to happen. Time frame that we were hoping static fire was going to take place has come and gone. But we've had some pauses, obviously. Yes, some sites do indeed say N1 was up to 7 tons. It's hard to say. What we do know is that N1 created a massive explosion, huge shock waves, and a lot of damage far beyond the bad. So, we can't say for certain because, of course, that was the Soviet Union back in the early 1970s, which was a much more secretive organization. And so we can't say for certain. But I'm continuing to keep an eye on the booster uh, as things continue to happen, and as this process continues. But we just don't know. All we know is that it's happening very soon. Like I say, Mark, the audio problem seems to vary depending on where you are. The YouTube feed, the studio feed that we have thus far seems to be fine. So it varies widely depending on where you are, I think, which is kind of weird. But the audio issue doesn't seem to exist here compared to the. Now, once again, once my producer is back, then you see, like I say, audio is good here. We get it's a lot of different opinions about what the audio actually is. So that's a tough one to figure out. But my producer is not currently live. He's not currently at his station. He had to go out for 30 minutes. So in the meantime, there is very little. Yep, we've got good audio in New Zealand. So I just don't know what to tell you about that. When you have audio varying in quality depending on where you are, that's a weird one, a difficult one to deal with. So still waiting on what's going on. Yeah, it seems to be a variation depending on where you are. It seems to be more of a YouTube related issue geographically. But once my producer is back, we'll see if we can address it. Still waiting on any sort of progress. What's it look like, Keith? Anything new? So it looks like we had another load and then another pause. Maybe. Once again, we're guessing at moments. Again, no frost on the booster. So yeah, once again, it appears that this may not be going as quickly as we had hoped, but what else is new, right? What else is new? This is the sort of thing that happens a lot, depending on the circumstances. And once again, nothing like this has ever been attempted in the past. weather looks better than Colorado Springs. Yeah, it's nice here right now. This is definitely feels good, very good weather-wise and that sort of thing. So yeah, it does appear that there is another pause, maybe another false start, as a commenter just mentioned. Yeah, I think that's very true. So it's kind of hard to say what's going to happen. I'm going to check real quick. I'm pretty sure that I don't have my producer available, but I'll check with him. No, Aaron, you're not online, are you? Okay. Yeah, we don't have our producer at the moment yet. To take the dog out, I believe, um, which of course is an important responsibility, especially in Britain. Dogs are probably the most important thing. We're talking about dog lovers. Britain has the greatest concentration of dog lovers without question. Um, and that's, of course, a wonderful thing. I've always been very fond of dogs. In the vicinity, Boca Chica taped their windows. No, they haven't, Joseph. They haven't. If something really serious were to happen, I don't think people are properly prepared for something bad to happen here. Let's just hope that that's not the case. So, still waiting, and we will see once again. Once my producer is back, we'll be able to do more to address it. Hopefully, on the audio side, I may step away for a little while until we get the audio more rectified. But we shall see. It'll be a little while before he returns. In the meantime, I will do my best to stay in touch with you folks. Pardon, what is that, Darth?
Your voice going out on YouTube seems to be generally pretty good. It's very sensitive to when you're holding the mic.
When does it improve?
Roughly center of the chest in front of your face.
Okay. So I'm told that holding the mic here may rectify the situation or help. So we'll do the best as far that we can as far as that's concerned. But once again, it does not appear that the static fire is imminent now, in terms of only like a few minutes away. I don't think that's where we are right now. It appears that we've had some pauses in the propellant load process. Lamb, thank you so much for the €5. Really do appreciate that. South of Italy, islands would be a good place to have launch pads for SpaceX. Probably not. I think the Mediterranean is kind of a risky area to launch big rockets from. There's too many islands and too many sensitive areas, not quite enough water by way of comparison to the Atlantic or even the Caribbean. But smaller rockets, definitely. Um, so we shall see. We shall see what the deal is. Still waiting, like I say, waiting on any sort of waiting for the producer to get back in and doing my best to keep the mic where it is. Yeah, and I also use a different mic for when I'm out in the field, broadcasting live streams using just my phone. But unfortunately, that mic does not work well for these kinds of live streams, sadly. So I wish I could give you a little bit more solid information than that, but I'm afraid we're kind of stuck where we are at the moment. So just waiting up right now on the return of my producer. In the meantime, I'm more than happy to answer any questions. Any questions that may come up, happy to answer them. And just waiting on the return of my producer. Can't do anything about my audio until then. And I'm not sure what I'll be able to do with audio at that point. Anyway, I may switch over to using my Discord audio with my, you may use the Discord audio through my cell phone if we continue to have issues. That's another alternative. But at the moment, can't do anything until ASN returns. Where would I go in the solar system if I could? Saturn. I'd love to go to Saturn. There's so many astonishing moons there. The rings would be an amazing thing to see. Of course, I'd very much like to go. Um, very much like to go to Mars as well. Earl, thank you so much for the $10 Australian. Really, really appreciate that. Means a lot to me. Um, all right. Well, if there's wind, that may be rectifiable as well. Then, if we continue to have issues there, another recycle, maybe. God, I hope not, but maybe so. Uh, I'm gonna see if I can improve. I'm gonna go. I'll disappear off camera, but we'll see if you can hear me a little bit better. Can I be heard any better now compared to when you were listening to me previously? Let me get some feedback from everybody as to whether or not you think that the audio is superior from where I am now as opposed to where I was. Much better, far better, 5 by 5. Okay. It's going to take me a couple of minutes, but I am going to set up, I'm going to change my camera setup in order to better accommodate this. And I'll be sitting down. I'll still be able to see the pad, but I think we'll go with that. Bear with me for just a moment. What do you think now? This any better? Thanks by the way, Ben Solo, I believe. Thank you so much for your support. Just kind of in a position now where I can at least sit down, first of all, and number two, maybe I'm a little bit more out of the wind. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Yep, everything's much better on this. Excellent. Thank you very much. Really do appreciate it. So it seems that that's a better way. Yeah, like I say, lots of people have heard different things in regards to the audio anyway, but I'm glad that things have improved dramatically in that regard. So just to go ahead and continue to, oh geez, the mic that I have right now has been great for 99% of what I do is the I have another mic that I got, but only usable for. Hello, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chiron. Really do appreciate your support as well. So now that I've managed to rectify the situation, I'm going to go offline for a little bit since we don't seem to have imminent static fire at the moment. Going to get another drink real quick and try to keep my throat have my throat taken care of during this process. I'm glad that we managed to work out some of the problems, so I will continue my broadcast this way through the for the duration of this process. Once again, I've had some pauses here and there during this as we're waiting for this historic static fire. Hard to say how much longer it's going to be, but we do know that SpaceX is still pushing forward. So stay tuned, guys.
Okay, looks like right now they got the rocks and methane coolers going. A lot of venting going on. Looks like they might be getting ready to start doing prop loading. You got more coffee?
Ready to go live when you are.
The microphone's out, Jordan.
Thank you. Okay, everybody. I may not be in the best position in terms of looking straight at you or anything. This may be one of the best positions that I could be in terms of trying to keep this protected, this mic protected. Sorry, I'm just trying to bring something up at the moment. There we go. We'll go full screen. All right, everybody. Looks like we have some frosting going. Is that correct? Frosting going on the booster itself.
Which one's
Good. All right. So we have that going on at the moment. That's very good news. So, and for my current position, I can see the booster just past my laptop. I can look straight at you guys and trying to keep the mic a bit more shielded. Can you guys hear me a little bit better right now? I know we've had some mixed reactions from whether or not people can hear me, but it appears that we are now finally starting. Yes, there's frost on the booster, according to. We could be looking at an engine chill right now, guys. Looks like we may finally be this static fire may finally be imminent. Could be happening at any moment. I'm glad that things are moving forward. From my current vantage point, I can see things quite well, and I hope you guys are getting a good view as well. Which we have a LOX load, according to commentators, and that's confirmed. SpaceX was apparently having some challenges with the loading of the liquid oxygen, as near as we can tell anyway. There were possibilities of a delay, but it seems that the delay is not as significant as it could have been. So good news, guys. We seem to be moving forward very, very well right now. And I apologize for those of you who may be hearing some racket in the background, but we have people going about their work of cutting down grass and weeds, etc. So in any event, doing the best that we can with this process, but we could be now at this point, especially with an engine chill, just a couple of minutes away from this happening. Beyond exciting, to say the least. So in any event, we are waiting for a key moment. Slide a bit so we can see a little bit better, but yeah, things could happen any minute now. Looking frost on the methane tank. So we got frost on the methane and the LOX tank now. This is looking very promising. This could happen at any moment, guys. Any moment. So be ready, folks. We are most probably going to be having this happen once again, guys. Please like, please subscribe. Thanks very much for tuning in. Really, really appreciate it. And waiting for a moment of truth. Yes, this could happen at any moment now, guys. We have huge amounts of condensation and such. You know what? Let's go full screen. Can we go full screen on this, producer? I want to go full screen at this point. I think we are that. I think we're close enough to where we should be considering doing that at this point. I think we are minutes away from this happening. I don't want this to catch us unawares.
How's that?
Thanks very much. Well, okay, yeah, I'm good. I was going to possibly stand up, but no, I'm fine. That's good. Getting very excited. Wow. This could be happening any moment now, guys. Any moment. Thank you very much, Gunnar, for your support. Thank you, everybody, for your support today. It's been huge. That long. Okay. Yeah. So we still could be as long as a half an hour, maybe even longer at this point. So in any event, I still like this view at the moment. Let's go ahead and just keep this as it is. But we could be, it could still be still could be at least a half hour before this takes place. Still super close. Oh boy. In any event, please feel free to keep your questions coming. But yeah, we are. This is looking very exciting indeed. We are definitely getting up to the critical moment. It could still be as long as another 20 to 30 minutes or longer, but still. Very exciting indeed as to what's happening at the moment. Very exciting indeed. Tell you, we are finally getting up to this critical moment. We were waiting for quite some time to see what was going to happen. They had problems with the loading process and the liquid oxygen, especially apparently. But that is something that appears to have been resolved. Oh, it's getting. It's not only am I close enough to hear it, I'll be able to hear it very, very loudly. This is going to make an insane amount of noise when this happens. So I am crazy excited. Now, if it explodes, you're going to see me suddenly drop the mic and cover my ears. Looking exciting indeed.
Do you think it's going to be about 30 minutes?
Just trying to keep a a good view. Yeah, a little bit. Sorry. Yes, we have people joining us on the rooftops all around us also. People in expectation of this historic moment as we get closer and closer to this taking place. There are people, well, I wouldn't say lots of them. There's one fellow on a rooftop of a nearby hotel. So, yeah, neat stuff. The moment is closing in very, very swiftly. And looking forward to it. Looking forward to what's about to happen here. And man, it is getting close. It is getting very close. Economical to build a space station with two orbiting parts, opposed to a ring station. I mean, in terms of two, with using centrifugal force, kind of hard to tell. I mean, one thing is you couldn't with two orbiting parts, both kind of orbiting one another using the centrifugal force, you wouldn't be able to expand it, is the thing. Whereas a ring station would be large enough to accept additional expansion. Actually, as far as my distance for an explosion, if there is an RUD, I've got a place to take cover if there's an RUD. Well, I mean, in terms of numbers of engines, of course, we have 29 engines with the, or 27 engines rather for Falcon Heavy. Also, N1 fired up 30 engines in the past. So, and it static fired them without any problem or anything. It was only when they tried to fly it that it was an issue. So these sorts of things have happened before. They just haven't happened with a huge amount of success, except for Falcon Heavy. That was pretty. That's correct. Yes, indeed, Marina. Yes, to answer your question, that is correct. We need to make, and it's the entire propulsion system, not just the engines. It's making sure that all of the engines can work in concert together, and it's a very and I'm sure there are 70,000 people watching NSF. This is their bread and butter moment. I'll tell you, this is the moment that NSF makes their money, is when these kinds of events take place. And more power to them, because they do a hell of a job. It takes a lot to do everything that they do. That's certainly not what my channel is. My channel is not anything like what they do. My channel is mostly about creating recorded videos about various topics in space flight and space science. And then I do my best to cover these events as thoroughly as I can and in my own unique way. So I'm very grateful to everybody for tuning in today and to check all of this out. No, there will be no countdown, to make that very clear. Lab Padre showing 2 big frost rings, apparently. Really great folks at Lab Padre, just so you know. Yeah, when this happens from this perspective, you're really going to see it just consume the screen. It's going to be a hell of a thing indeed. Yeah, no doubt, lots of propellant on board. This is going to be very interesting. They could have loaded the propellant, as much of the propellant up as they want to. It's hard to say. If they have as much of it loaded as they would like, we could be very close to a launch. Kind of hard to say. Keep our fingers crossed, obviously, as this historic moment in space flight approaches rapidly. Super excited. Now, the water system, if they do activate anything, it's going to be a very sorry water system, not something very effective against a static fire at this magnitude. Whether for better or worse, they have not gotten the whole thing installed. So there will not be a full-fledged water deluge system activated prior to the static fire. They seem to be taking their best chance. They're taking a serious chance with this. And yes, that's true with Falcon Heavy. Falcon Heavy is 27 engines, but once again, that's 3 Falcon 9s. A little bit different than what we're doing right here. Still, it's 27 engines, 27 engines. It's still tough. And the fact that they've been able to do it successfully is very impressive. So we will see what ends up happening. Please like, please subscribe, please hit that like button, guys. It's definitely important to this live stream and its ability to be for YouTube to keep promoting it, to let people know that this live stream is taking place. Putting a like on this live stream is extremely important. Please do it if you can. Engines. This is getting interesting. We are, I'll tell you, getting super close. Super close. Please like, please subscribe. Also, getting super close to that 100K. I'll tell you, very important indeed. Yes, I did go live very early. You hit the like button before we went live. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Hello, by the way, back to Ireland. Thanks so much for checking in. Oh, I'm nervous. I'm definitely nervous. No question about that. We're getting the camera leveled out a little bit. So that's Mars Embassy, by the way. Keith handling that for us right now to make sure that we've got that nice and centered on the screen. Boy, I'll tell you, we've got a huge moment coming up very soon. Frost rings looking very big right now. All right, so it's like the got some serious frost rings on the rocket right now. We're looking very close indeed, very close to this static fire. Super excited indeed about this. Wow, got a bad feeling about this, says Hyde. Maybe. Starship and Vulcan. I have a feeling they're not going to tie. Frost building up, actually going for it. Yes, indeed, they are. You know, anytime that Gwen Shotwell says that something's going to happen, it most probably is going to happen. It's moments away, guys. Moments away. I mean, maybe it could be as long as 15, 20 minutes, but I kind of doubt it. I think we are super close. Now, keep in mind, yes, there will be a 10-minute warning, but at the same time, they did already fire the. They did already set off the siren. Nice. That's gorgeous. Really nice view indeed. Sorry, looking at some of the other perspectives that we got right now. That's very impressive. Okay, guys. So I know I keep saying I'm kind of at a loss for words again. Kind of happens to me once we get this close to something like this happening. About 40 feet of frost apparently. And once again, we can't say for certain as to whether or not there's going to be a full-fledged propellant load before they go for it. They may just go for it. So you really don't know as far as that's concerned. No, Josh, that'll be my first one, officially anyway. How will Starship leave Mars when it lands for the first time? It will leave Mars. It will require in situ resource utilization in order to manufacture sufficient methane to fill it up. And also, of course, the oxygen will be easy to get as long as you can get water ice. The methane will be more difficult to produce, but certainly can be done. It certainly can be done with in situ resource utilization. You get the Avis car blown up. So yeah, but once Starship is completely fueled, that's all you need in order to get back to Earth. Because of Mars's substantially reduced gravity, far less than that of Earth, and because you therefore require far less delta V. Almost 600 watching. Thank you so much for checking in, everybody. Really happy that you've checked in today. Thank you so much. Once again, please like this stream. Please subscribe to my channel. Pardon? 1,000? Okay, my producer just told me we got over 1,000 likes. Amazing. Thank you so much, guys. Really do appreciate it. You came through in a huge way for this stream. Really do appreciate that. Oh man, it's so exciting what's going on right now. We are, again, keep saying this, moments away, guys, moments away from the biggest, the test of the lighting up the most powerful propulsion system, the most powerful propulsion system ever lit up on a rocket in human history. How far away am I? About 8 kilometers, maybe 5 miles, maybe 6 miles, not sure. We got lots of likes. Thanks so much, guys. That will help. That will help YouTube to continue to promote this stream. And man, we've got some intense stuff coming really soon. Moments away, everyone. Moments away from this historic moment when the most powerful rocket on the face of the planet will spring to life. Will things go well? Will this propulsion system hold up under the incredible force that it's going to be subjected to in producing 17 million pounds worth of thrust, double that of Saturn V? Is it going to be able to hold up? We'll know, hopefully, in a few minutes. does the spaceflight program, does human spaceflight take a huge leap forward today, or are we going to have to wait a little bit longer if things don't go well? Very hard to say once again. Keep in mind, we did have a siren go off already. This was some time ago, but a siren did go off already. And then there was a delay of some kind as a result of some sort of problem with the oxygen, liquid oxygen propellant and the propellant load. But mostly the LOX seems to be what's been having the most problem. So now that that problem's been resolved, do they require another siren? Can't say that for certain. Thank you, Thomas. Really do appreciate gifting another Angry Astronaut membership. We have another Angry Advocate joining us. Feel free to join our Discord. You will have an invitation sent to you on members' messages on YouTube, and then you'll be able to join our Discord group. Really appreciate that. Lots of exclusive content, early releases, and an opportunity to talk to some people who are well connected in the industry. Really exciting stuff indeed. Also, please don't forget Mars Embassy providing us with this camera feed today, and also providing us with a lot of the technical assistance to make all of this happen. So please head over to Mars Embassy at some point today, subscribe to that channel, like those videos, and watch the time-lapse photography that he does every single day here in Boca Chica. I tell you, oh my God, it's getting close. Oh my God, it's getting close. Can't wait. And I just can't imagine what this is going to sound like, what this is going to feel like if this goes well, if all 33 years work. My God. I mean, it's not going to be like a launch, but it's going to be crazy. Again, getting super excited, guys. And I just keep repeating myself at this point, kind of start getting to be at a bit of a loss for words once these moments start to approach. Once this sort of stuff is about to happen, it's difficult to really express yourself properly. The excitement just becomes palpable. It just becomes a living thing. It's amazing. Thanks again for your support. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for all of the support that's come in today from Super Chats, from PayPal, Patreon, etc. All of this is what keeps this channel going. Yes, Super Heavy will be louder than an SRB. I'll be shocked if it's not. I've heard 3 engines from a 3 Raptor engines fire. That's the most I've ever heard, and I know that makes a substantial amount of noise. 11 times that many engines. I can't begin to explain what that's probably going to be like. Oh my God. Fingers crossed, guys. Let's hope that all of this goes well. There's a lot of unanswered questions right now. There's a lot, maybe things are going to go well. We could have problems as well. Those problems could range from anything to the booster getting damaged, the propulsion system getting damaged, or a full-fledged RUD on the pad. I mean, one of those would not be great. A full-fledged RUD would be very bad indeed. But I'm feeling like this is going to be SpaceX's finest hour. I don't know. I've just got a feeling that this is going to be their finest hour. They're going to carry out a huge, successful test at this moment and change the future of spaceflight forever. Let's hope. And yeah, I've heard SRBs before. I've seen shuttle launches from pretty close up. They are amazing. They are truly amazing. Love them. Love them. No, definitely no RUDs. No question about that. Yes, there have been many setbacks to this program. It's taken a long time to get to this point. Elon kept talking about orbit in 2020, orbit in 2021, orbit in 2022. We're still not to orbit yet, even if this goes well today. So, this has been a long, difficult road, and hopefully this is going to be a huge, huge hurdle that will be jumped today. And then the last hurdle that remains before we head to orbit. Nobody has missed the static fire, just to be clear. Nobody has missed anything yet, but we are getting super close to this happening here in just a moment. Unless, like I say, unless something goes wrong, but it seems unlikely. We have so much frost on the rocket at this point. So much frost on the engines. It's about a 2-to-1 ratio, liquid oxygen to methane, roughly a 2-to-1 ratio. To answer your question, Michael, twice as much oxygen as there is methane. And it goes the other way around with SLS and the shuttle. You have about twice as much hydrogen as you have oxygen. Getting close, guys. God, I'm excited about this. Crazy excited. Yes, I'm pretty sure I'll feel something, some sort of. I mean, once again, let's hope it doesn't blow up. But I'm pretty sure I'll hear something when that goes off. Oof. Yes, unpopular view there, I'm sure. And regardless, I mean, I'm not saying I'm not a person who loves or see. There are times I don't like him. There are times that they do. But this means a lot more than just Elon. There's a lot more at stake here. Most significant of which is mankind's future landing on the moon. That is absolutely vital. This test going off well, Starship proceeding from the test article that is now to a mature and operational rocket is incredibly important to our future ambitions of landing on the moon. So, that being the case, I definitely want to see a success, regardless of what one might think about Elon. All right, guys. Once again, to reiterate, we are minutes away from a full static fire. I'm sure the chat in NSF is right now with all the people watching. Minutes away from a static fire. Again, minutes away from the most significant event in the history of propulsion happening here in Boca Chica, Texas. It's difficult to believe that I'm even sitting here right now watching this as this happens. So happy that I that I made the decision to come down here, because man, there's some amazing stuff about to take place. And yes, if there's an explosion, I will have time to take cover. We certainly hope that doesn't happen. An RUD is something I would prefer not to see. What's up? Okay, getting there. Yeah, that's something I asked about too. A question was asked in terms of why not do a test with the booster, have it fly up a bit and then come back down, try to catch it, that sort of thing. I have to admit, I kind of advocated that be done too, but they seem to be wanting to push forward.
quite proven enough.
But one thing to keep in mind is the fact that all this super heavy booster is essentially a giant Falcon booster. So there's lots of things that they already understand about how these things fly. The booster, I think, is that's pretty solid. I think they have a good understanding of that. It's interesting to see with all the changes that they've made to the orbiters between now and then, or rather between then and now, rather. That makes a big difference as well. Again, really close, guys. Like I say, I kind of get to a point where I'm a bit at a loss for words when we get this close to a launch or a test or something. God, just get beyond excited about it. Once again, for those of you who just joined us, the test of the most powerful propulsion system ever built by mankind. And that is a long stretch of time that we have been working on rocket engines, a long stretch of time that we've been building boosters. And in all that time, we've never had anything remotely this big or this powerful. And now it will spring to life, hopefully. And hopefully, if all goes well, we'll be looking at the launch of the most powerful rocket in human history next month. But regardless of what happens today, it is historic. It is indeed historic. I don't think they're going to fully fuel the booster, but once again, we don't know. They may put all the liquid oxygen in there and not quite as much methane. There are many possibilities. But in any event, very, very happy to be bringing you all of this today, and beyond excited as we get very close to go time. Hope it launches before my power goes off. Very excited indeed.
We're not there yet, but when we get there, it'll be at least 7 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if SpaceX goes longer on the chill down to make sure they get everything.
We could have just got some more information from one of my team members. It could be as long as 7 or 8 minutes, or maybe 10 before anything happens. Still, we still may have a bit of a delay. We just lost a feed. It came back. Okay. Thank you. We're making a slight adjustment to the cameras there at that moment. Dear SpaceX, I have a meeting at 4:30. Please fire. I understand. Let's hope. Fingers crossed that this happens soon, but still, we could be as long as another 10 minutes before something happens. Okay.
I think SpaceX have got lots of proof to the world of they're coming anywhere else, so they're going to make it count. They're not just going to
Yeah, we'll see how long it's going to take. It hopefully 11 seconds or so on the duration of the static fire. Certainly hope that that's what happens. You're right, Keith? Yeah, 24 seconds to reach me. Yeah, that's true. I'll have time to take cover. Probably enough time to get a really nice, spectacular view of the explosion before. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. Somebody just observed that my shirt says C cup. That's funny. Very funny indeed. Oh God, I'll tell you the tension behind this. Just the what I need to take. If it blows up, I'll take cover. I'm not going to take any chances with a shockwave. I will take cover if I see an explosion. Let's certainly hope. Yes, that is true, Robert. At least for today's, if they load less methane, it means that they don't. If there is an RUD, it would be less violent. The explosion would be less violent. From the test in the movie Contact, that's a good point. Boy, bad things happened in that. I hope we don't have a test like that today. That would not be fun. That was not a good moment in Contact, that's for sure. Once again, very happy for all of you guys tuning in today. I cannot describe just how exciting it is to be watching this at this moment. Please please subscribe, and thanks everybody for your support in bringing me down here. Whether it be Super Chats, Patreon, PayPal, you guys have made the difference. And keep in mind that it is my objective, hopefully, to raise the sufficient funds to make a trip to Houston over the weekend in order to pay a visit to Johnson Space Center. So we will see as far as that's concerned. Yes, I am aware of the situation with Jessica. Just to be clear, I'm hoping to meet with her sometime after the static fire. So I'll open up my communication with her afterwards. All right, guys. Yeah, it's very hard to say exactly how long we have to go. All I know is that it's close. It's close. And I just cannot, again, overstate the importance of what is happening today. So important. The success or failure of this static fire will make a massive difference to the future of human spaceflight. And we have been waiting for hours. For those of you who are just joining us, we got started at least 4 hours ago as we are going through this process. It has been lengthy, to say the least, but worth it indeed. Just crazy excited right now. Very, very excited. Booster is looking very frosty. Looks like we've done a great deal of loading at the moment. Boy, I'll tell you, I cannot begin to describe the level of excitement, and I have to admit it, a bit tense too. Still in the loading process on the liquid oxygen, so we still have a bit of a ways. We're getting there. We're getting there. The current plan is not to catch the booster. However, if they, that may change. Elon has stated that he would like to see that happen, and I think trying to work on reusability right from the get-go is what they should do. Reusability is what makes Starship so good. So I think that they should get to work on trying to get it to that point. Booster venting. What are we observing? I've had a couple of people make that comment. What do we observe in terms of venting right now? You see anything, Keith? No venting going on? Okay. 1,100 likes. Boy, 756 people watching. Thanks very much for tuning in, everybody. I really appreciate you being part. really appreciate you guys being a part of all this. Also, please keep in mind, thank you so much, Peter Bellamy. God, what a generous donation. Really do appreciate it. Yes, indeed, you are just in time for all of this. We are minutes away from this happening. Also, please keep in mind, Mars Embassy is providing the cameras, a lot of the technical assistance, and he does a great job on his channel with his
Please
pardon?
send Jessica Carisha DM on Twitter.
That's fine. I will once this is all over. Okay. Very quickly after yeah. Yeah, once again, it's just a lot of guesswork. I mean, we have an idea that it's maybe going to take another few minutes, but yeah, definitely definitely give Mars Embassy some love. Definitely subscribe to his channel and definitely check out those time lapse photography videos that he does every single day and like those videos, please. That would be very helpful to him. Yep, still filling up. The Hawks tank still filling up. So yeah, we are. I mean, obviously minutes away from the big moment. But man, again, getting super close. This launch is powered by likes and subscriptions. Elon will press the button when it gets enough. Thanks very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, for those of you concerned, I'm not actually suffering from a cold or anything. Just I've been talking for hours and hours, and my voice is starting to suffer. So that's just the nature of what I do. When I get on really, really long broadcasts, the voice starts suffering after a while. That's all. Oh man. Keep watching that booster. Keep waiting for go time. God, we are so close indeed. Thank you so much, John. Really do appreciate your support. Adding more locks that needed for extra mass. That is possible. They certainly could use some extra mass. There was some speculation they would actually leave S24 on top to hold it down. Paul, thank you so much for the £2. Really do appreciate that. Yeah. So who knows? But they definitely are going to load a fair amount to try to keep the rocket in place. Yeah, that's going to be an important thing to do. But they may not put a lot of methane on, or they may fuel the whole damn thing up. Once again, we don't know. We can't say for certain. 774 watching. My God, thank you again for tuning in. Please like, please subscribe, and thanks again for all the support you guys have been giving to this stream. Super exciting stuff indeed. Ox tank venting. It is so it is such an impressive monolithic kind of structure out on the horizon. The launch tower, the booster, those things are all so utterly colossal. They just dominate the horizon. They're so big, and to consider that the propulsion system that's going to fire today is going to be capable of driving something this heavy into space. It's amazing, simply amazing. So yeah, obviously I want this to happen. Yeah, I have a bet that Vulcan will do it first, but that's secondary. The human race taking its 1,200 likes at this point. Boy, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. So much. ETA maybe another 7 minutes. It's hard to say. I mean, what we do know is that it's super close. Super close. And once again, I just to reiterate what I was just saying, it's just an amazing thing to see on the horizon, just utterly dominating the horizon, the launch tower, the booster, and everything associated with it. These huge monolithic structures on the horizon, just completely dominating the South Texas sky. truly amazing. The fact that this is going to ignite, the fact that this is going to be capable of driving such a huge, huge rocket, such a massive amount of payload into low Earth orbit. And indeed, that something like this is going to be capable of ultimately going to Mars, powering our first journey to another planet. It's mind blowing. I just don't know how to describe it besides that. So incredibly exciting. Thank you so much. Let's go, Brandon. Dude, let's light this effing candle. Absolutely. That's what I want to see without question. That is what I want to see. Engine chill has started, apparently. That's what we're hearing anyway. Looking to get confirmation on that. Keith from Mars Embassy is poised by his cameras right now as he continues to photograph the hell out of everything that's going on at the moment. Crazy exciting. Wow. I tell you guys, thank you so much for sending me here. Thank you so much for making this possible. Thank you so much for putting me where I am right now, which I could not have done without you at all. So thank you so much for that. It means a lot to me. Oh, all right, guys. Boy, it's just like an immense haze out on the horizon. Over 800 people watching. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. Thank you for being a part of all this. Boy, this is exciting. Crazy exciting. See a lot of venting coming off of the booster now, apparently. Yep, engine chill. Yep, definitely have that. We're minutes away, guys. Minutes away. As long as everything goes as expected, as long as everything goes smoothly, this is going to be utterly astonishing. Just can't wait. My God. Let's go, SpaceX. Let's go, guys. "33 chilled engines in preparation for supercooled methane and liquid oxygen to pass through them, and then for them to be ignited." Whew. Just an astonishing amount of power. 17 million pounds of thrust coming into existence for just a couple of seconds, maybe 11 seconds if they really decide to get ambitious, but simply amazing. Just difficult to comprehend a rocket that damn powerful. And we've heard about it forever. We've been talking about it for years now. And Elon has been, dangling this carrot in front of us. But now it's all finally coming to fruition. All finally coming to fruition, guys. I could not be more excited. Here we go. Moments away, everybody. Moments away. Now that we have engine chill, static fire is imminent. Once again, all 33. All 33 engines are going to be tested. Like I say, getting again at a bit of a loss for words. Thank you so much, Outcast. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much for your support, and thanks to everybody for making this happen. Thanks so much for making this happen for us today. say eyes are glued on the booster at the moment. Yes, it could happen. With it, once again, we had a siren go off once already. Maybe we need another, maybe we don't. Once again, their procedures are difficult to tie down. One would assume that we still need a siren, in which case we still have 10 minutes beyond that. But I'm not taking anything for granted. Not taking anything for granted at the moment. You're quite welcome. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for your support. Crowd's getting bigger and bigger. We're getting close, guys. Minutes away. And as you can see, I have been joined by a number of folks, a number of visitors who are also eagerly awaiting this big moment. So in any event, yes, the crowd is indeed gathering and the excitement is gathering. Once again, gathering just because of a static fire, not because of a launch. I mean, this is just the engines being tested, and yet it's creating all of this anticipation and excitement here in South Texas. And the reason for it is obvious. This is different than anything that has ever happened before. Radically different. And let's just get ready for something super special, guys. Fan club has arrived. At one point I actually did look up those figures. It's a lot, but I don't remember exactly how much per second. It's just insane. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, L. Carlson. Do appreciate your support. Really, really a lot. Like I say, it's you guys' support that has allowed me to be here. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, the public is indeed excited about space. You can see it from the people who are gathered behind me right now. Oh, just so eager. Over 100,000 people, huh? 15 to 20 is what we're hearing now. Okay, so at least 15 minutes away at this point. So we can dial down the tension slightly since we have a little bit of time to wait. About another 15 minutes or so. So yeah, the whole estimation that was made in terms of we need to have a siren first, that hasn't happened yet. So no, nobody's missed anything. Test has not yet happened. Approximately 15 minutes away. Approximately 15 minutes. Should go a little bit after 3 o'clock or 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 9 p.m. GMT. This space flight will change forever if everything goes as planned. Can't hold my breath that long. I'm waiting for one nice little patch to frost up. That's funny. That's funny. Oh, man, I'll tell you, the intensity, it's strong. Once again, guys, thank you for making this possible. Really appreciate it. Thanks for putting me here so that I'd have an opportunity to cover this for you guys, because it is a special moment indeed. Oh, we just lost the feed. Oh, there we go. We're good again. Just went black for a second. Okay. Siren report. We got a siren. 10 minutes, guys. 10 minutes. Everybody has evacuated the pad. Yeah, THC. Thank you very much. Really do appreciate it. 20. Thanks for the 20 quid. Really do appreciate it. So yes, SpaceX employees at this minute are gathering outside are gathering outside their facility outside of Starbase to watch this moment happen. And they've got a seat that's substantially closer than the rest of us. So let's hope for their safety that nothing goes wrong here. Minutes away. So if indeed we do have a siren, which I think we do, 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Yep, Lab Padre reporting siren. No surprise, we have a confirmation of a siren. Again, SpaceX employees have been ordered out of their buildings in order to watch what's about to happen. I'm at a distance of about 8 kilometers, about 5 miles. So certainly close enough to experience this. Yes, I'm sure everybody can see the... Everybody say hi to the world.
Hi, world.
Everybody's watching you.
Saying 1,500 hours on there. Does that mean it's going
Here we
on
go.
3 o'clock?
I think so. All right, guys. Super close. Everybody's saying hello back, by the way. I'm sorry, come again?
Hello, Elon.
It's a good opportunity to ask where everybody's tuning in.
Where is everybody tuning in from again? I think that the people here would like to know. Let's have another roll call real quick. I'm sure lots of people are going to pop up here, but in any event, where is everybody checking in from? Florida, Cambridge, New York City, Lake District in the UK. Oh, it's just burning down now. Upstate New York, South Africa, Wisconsin, Virginia, Tennessee, United Kingdom, Germany, Sweden, Virginia, Sweden, California, Mexico, Glasgow, UK, Oklahoma City, Leeds, Arlington, Texas, Dublin, Ireland, Romania, Ottawa, Norway, Canada, Oregon, Netherlands, Finland, South Florida, Phoenix, Cornwall, UK, Finland, California, England, Switzerland, Detroit, again, another Finland, Ireland, Warsaw, Poland, Boston, Quebec, London, Mars, Paris, Birmingham, UK, behind me, Italy, North Korea. Did we lose the camera feed again? No, we got it back. We're good. Okay, we're good. North Carolina, Denmark, Atlanta, Guatemala, Texas, Tunisia. Thank you very much. Australia, indeed, all over the world. We got people from everywhere watching you guys. Liverpool, Swansea, UK, Ireland, Alabama, Bordeaux, France, Sweden, Wyoming, Pennsylvania. Yes, we do have a siren. From what I've heard, we do have a siren. Argentina, Israel, Texas, Vermont, Quebec. Lots of people from Quebec, Long Island, Wyoming, everywhere, all over the world. Everybody tuning in for this historic moment, again, emphasizing just how important this is. We are minutes away, guys. So close at this point. So close. Germany, Northern Virginia. Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you so much for being part of this event with me. Can't wait. Oh, my God, this is exciting. So exciting. Plan on staying if you came to Boca Chica. Okay, real quick to let you know, stay at the Holiday Inn, South Padre Island. Stay here where I am right now. This is the place you want to stay if you're going to come and visit. Really nice people here. Beach Resort. Beach Resort. Holiday. Well, yeah, the one that's furthest south. That's where you want to stay. Is the one furthest south. Alpha Centauri. So make sure that you remember this hotel, because they have done a lot to help accommodate me today in making this broadcast possible and making it comfortable for me. Oh yes, and the Ukraine joining us as well. Thank you so much, Marina, for joining us today, and all the best. Keep you in our thoughts. Minutes away, guys. Manchester. Yeah. Waiting to see this historic moment. Oh my God. Crazy stuff. Hello back, Mike. Pins and needles. Pins and needles waiting for this moment.
Just to refresh that camera feed because the resolution just dropped.
Come again?
I just need to quickly refresh the camera feed. I'm going to lose it for like
Okay.
maybe half a second.
We're going to refresh the camera feed real quick to get a better signal. We'll lose it for about half a second, then it'll come back. Refreshing camera feed now. There we go. 2 minutes, supposedly. Maybe as little as 1. God. Beyond tense, guys. This is super important. Beyond tense. By the way, getting ready to run for cover. Everything's looking nominal, though. I have every confidence that things are going to go well here. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Can't believe I'm here watching this. Once again, guys, thank you so much for making this possible. Seconds away at this point. If everything's going well, seconds away, guys. Thanks again for joining me. Please like, please subscribe. Please, thank you for supporting this channel and making all of this possible. Thank you so much. $900 people watching from around the world. Thanks so much for tuning in, guys. Really do appreciate it. Just about ready to go. Bit at a loss for words now on pins and needles. So tense. Elon just texted a fantastic view of the underside of the booster, obviously not from right at this moment, but an amazing view indeed. Just beyond tense right now. Does human spaceflight take a massive leap forward? We're about to find out. Hopefully within the next minute or so, or perhaps even within a few seconds. Up. What happened? Is it venting? Do we have a vent off the rocket? Okay. No, not yet. Everything still seems to be going well. Can't begin to describe the tension I'm feeling right now. Wow. super intense. Just waiting to see the telltale signs of the flames begin to leap up around the booster, and it is going to be beyond anything that we've ever seen before if all 33 engines light properly and successfully. All right. Box is full. This could happen at any second, guys. Any second. As you can see, I've just got my eyes riveted on that booster, waiting for the first signs of a static fire to watch the telltale signs of flames begin to leap up around the booster. And it is going to be unlike anything we have ever seen before if this goes as we hope it will. Come on, baby. Light this thing. Light this thing. Let's go.
Ship supervisor says 308.
Light these 33 candles. Light these 33 candles, guys. Let's go, people. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate the support. It continues to come in, guys. This is why I'm here. Thank you so much for your help. $1,300 likes. My God. People are enjoying this stream. This is one of our most successful streams ever. Well, I'd say maybe the most successful stream I've ever had in terms of how many people watch and how many people are liking it. Come on, baby. Come. We lost the stream. We lost the stream. Got it back, at least on for one of them. I'm not sure if that's all of them, but we just got one stream back. We got it back? Okay, good. Okay. All right, we're good. Guys, come on, light this candle. Let's go. Once again, this could happen any second. There's really nothing left.
SpaceX YouTube has gone live to cover it as well.
Come again. What?
SpaceX is live.
SpaceX has just gone live? Interesting. SpaceX is apparently gone. Okay. We're trying to switch over to the SpaceX feed. We're trying to grab the SpaceX feed right now. Apparently, we're looking at a T-minus 40 seconds, T-minus 30 seconds. Trying to grab it in time. Yeah, I don't know. So we start, it's frozen at 40. We're trying to grab the SpaceX live stream and bring it to you guys at this moment. Gonna give it a shot, see if we can bring you a, thank you so much. Appreciate that, Eric. Thank you. And I will indeed buy a pint. This is an almost unheard of event for SpaceX to go live on a static fire, again emphasizing the importance of this moment. SpaceX never covers static fires live for the public. We're seeing if we can bring you the SpaceX feed. Going to attempt to do that. Attempting to bring that up for you now. They're at 40 seconds, but not counting. They're holding the count at 40 seconds. There we go. We have, so now we know where we are in the process, at least to the best of our ability. We're holding at 40 seconds. Again, this is unprecedented for SpaceX to broadcast a live stream to cover this sort of event. They've never done this before. So now we are currently sitting with 40 seconds left on the clock and in a hold currently. Hard to interpret exactly what's happening out there, but we have been able to capture the stream for you guys. There could also be a delay on the SpaceX stream, something to keep in mind. So the countdown could start there, and the static fire could happen right in front of me when the countdown starts. It's difficult to say for certain what the delay is on their stream, but nevertheless, we have their view in front of you as well. Holding at 40 seconds, once again, tough to interpret exactly why that might be. Obviously, you generally don't want to leave the booster sitting in this kind of situation for too long. But at the same time, you certainly don't want to go forward with a static fire unless you're certain of all your facts. So just tantalizingly close. 40 seconds away from the static fire, and we are currently under some kind of a hold for reasons that don't have any immediate answer for you guys on that. And as you can see, a crowd has indeed gathered here at the Sea Forever bar in South Padre Island. The answer to that is no, I will not move to Boca. What's happening down here is being very thoroughly covered by some very good people. So I don't intend to live down here full time to do that. I believe that there are other things happening in spaceflight that needs to be covered as well. So I'll be a part of that instead. Elon tweeted again, supposedly. Yeah. Frenzy of activity. Big moment coming up, that's for sure. But still in this hold at the 40-second mark. And once again, we don't know how much of a delay may exist on this SpaceX feed. So when the countdown starts on their feed, the whole thing could happen 10 seconds from that moment, or perhaps even less than that. All right, guys. Hurry up and wait, right? Still in this holding situation, which is very interesting indeed. But once again, SpaceX would not have gone live if they didn't intend to push forward. So obviously, this is something coming up in moments. And this is something that SpaceX wants to advertise to the world. They want to demonstrate, to the American taxpayers who have paid billions of dollars for developing this thing, and to NASA and to the spaceflight community in general, that they are going to make a huge statement, that they are going to have the most powerful rocket on the face of the planet, and that rocket will very soon be flying to orbit. That's what they are in the process of announcing. And so, yeah. Yep, throwing the gauntlet, no question. Here we go. There it goes. Holy God almighty, look at it go. Look at that bird. Holy God. Oh my God. Holy. This is going to be loud, guys. Holy God. Coming in just seconds away.
Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable. A successful static fire here in Boca Chica. Yeah. Of course, we have no idea how well the booster is held up under the circumstances, but as the smoke clears, it is very clear that B7 is still standing. And a momentous and triumphant moment for SpaceX and for human spaceflight. So fortunate to have been here and to have seen it in person. It wouldn't have happened without you guys. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for making this happen. I will continue to bring you coverage from here in Boca Chica to give you a good assessment of what happened, whether or not the booster survived the static fire successfully without any significant problems, and just how successful this was. But what we do know is this static fire went off very, very well from the first impressions. So until this thing actually takes to orbit, I urge all of you to stay angry about space.